Chapter 1579. 3 days later. 8. 1. Chinese network equals is not equal to, is almost equal to. Is almost equal to 8 is equal to 1 is not equal to z equals greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to Yi Chenfeng and his group left the suicide forest without a hitch. On this trip, not only did Yi Chenfeng pluck over 1,200 suicide flowers, he also obtained 6 suicide ancestral roots that could increase one's lifespan by 30,000 years. He also obtained a mid-grade true spirit saint artifact from John Schercher. More importantly, the chaos divine beasts, golden clear dragon bloodlion, and space swallowers had swallowed large amounts of demonic cores and saint beast blood essences. They had all begun to evolve. Once their ranks increased, it would greatly increase Yi Chenfeng's ability to protect himself in the heaven domain. Big Brother Yi, Sister Xia, thank you so much this time. If it wasn't for you, not only would I not be able to obtain the suicide ancestral tree, I might even lose my life in the suicide forest. When there's a chance, come find me at the ancient war city of the battle domain. I'll bring you around the battle domain. After obtaining the suicide ancestral tree, Jean Schercher gave each of them a communication disc array. After bidding farewell to the 2 of them, she was about to leave on her saint beast. Wait! Suddenly, Yi Chenfeng appeared beside Jean Schercher and grabbed her soft little hand with a serious expression. What's wrong, Big Brother Yi? What happened? Looking at Yi Chenfeng, who was grabbing her little hand tightly, Jean Schercher revealed a trace of doubt. There's danger. Let's enter the suicide forest. Yi Chenfeng made a prompt decision to bring Jean Schercher and Xia Wendy back to the suicide forest to hide. Interesting. I didn't expect you to discover this emperor's existence. A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. A tall and burly man in a black robe appeared in the air. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his deep eyes flowed with intense demonic qi. The moment he appeared, a boundless pressure surged out of his body. It was like a towering mountain that pressed down on Yi Chenfeng and the other 2. What a terrifying demonic qi! Could this person be a 6-star demon emperor of the demon race? Looking at the black-robed man before him, Yi Chenfeng felt his heart palpitate. This was a feeling that would only appear when facing the Dark North Lord. However, this person's strength was far inferior to the Lord of the Dark North. Yi Chenfeng guessed that this person was most likely a 6-star demon emperor expert. Black Rock Emperor, why are you here? Looking at the black-robed man standing in midair, Jean Schercher's expression changed, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Princess Schercher, you don't have to be nervous. I have no ill intentions and will not harm you. I just want to invite you to the Black Demon tribe as a guest. The Black Rock Emperor smiled faintly as he looked at the slightly pale Jean Schercher. I won't go with you to the Black Devil clan. Jean Schercher said unyieldingly as she tried to think of a way to escape. It's not up to you. The Black Rock Emperor said coldly. He was about to capture Jean Schercher and kill Yi Chenfeng and his companion. Big Brother Yi, Big Sister Xia, don't worry about me. Leave this place. Otherwise, he will kill you. Jean Schercher was well aware of the Black Rock Emperor's methods. Don't worry, he won't be able to kill us. Yi Chenfeng stared at the Black Rock Emperor, hesitating whether he should forcefully awaken the divine demon torch dragon and borrow its strength to kill the Black Rock Emperor. While they were talking, a heaven-covering hand with astonishing power broke out of the Black Rock Emperor's body and grabbed at Jean Schercher with a suffocating force. Sword puppet block. Xia Wendy and Yi Chenfeng looked at each other and immediately controlled the sword puppet, which was comparable to a 4-star Dao Emperor, to block the attack. The sword puppet turned its body into a sword and slashed at the heaven-covering hand like a crescent moon. Its terrifying sword might wanted to split the hand apart. An ant will always be an ant. An ant will never be able to shake a tree. The Black Rock Emperor's eyes narrowed as he slammed his palm down again. The terrifying palm light directly pressed the sword puppet down from midair and smashed a large hole in the ground. Torch Dragon, I'm in danger now. Help me. Yi Qinfeng, who had dodged to the side, immediately used his mind to summon the divine demon Torch Dragon. Wanting to wake it up, Black Rock Emperor, aren't you looking down on my war tribe by bullying the princess of my war tribe? Before the divine demon Torch Dragon could wake up, a distant female voice sounded from afar. In the next instant, an illusory figure streaked across the sky, carrying with it a shocking battle intent as she appeared beside John Shershur, Shadow War God. Seeing the curvaceous woman in golden armor, the Black Rock Emperor's expression changed slightly, and his arrogance instantly disappeared. What a terrifying aura! This Shadow War God is actually an expert on the same level as the Dark North Lord. Seeing the sudden appearance of the woman in golden armor, Yi Qinfeng was greatly shocked. It could be said that the Shadow War God was the strongest expert he had seen since ascending to the Heaven region. Against an expert of this level, even if he hid in the universe realm, it would be useless. Good. Today I'll give you face, Shadow War God. The Black Rock Emperor said ruthlessly and wanted to leave. Leave? Do you think you can leave? The Shadow War God took a light step forward, and the entire space underwent an earth-shattering change. The terrifying battle intent was like an erupting volcano, permeating the entire space and forming a battle intent prison, directly trapping the Black Rock Emperor inside. Shadow War God, does your war tribe want to break off relations with my Black Demon tribe? Although the Black Rock Emperor was a 6-star demon emperor, the difference in strength between him and the Shadow War God was too great. It could be said that in front of the Shadow War God, he was like a child who had just learned how to walk, unable to withstand a single blow. What? Do you think my war tribe is afraid of your Black Demon tribe? The Shadow War God said domineeringly. If your Black Demon tribe wants to fight with my war tribe will accompany you. But I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. As she spoke, an invincible battle blade appeared in the Shadow War God's hand. She slashed the void, and the entire space seemed to be cut in half by this blade, slashing towards the Black Rock Emperor, whose expression changed drastically. At this moment of life and death, the Black Rock Emperor constantly used his astonishing defensive trump cards to block the attack. However, the Shadow War God's strength was too terrifying. With a single slash, the Black Rock Emperor's defensive trump cards were all destroyed. Although the Black Rock Emperor used his trump cards to dodge the attack, he was still injured by the aftershock of the slash, and his body was covered in cracks. Wait, don't kill me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to agree to any of your conditions. At this moment of life and death, the Black Rock Emperor began to beg for mercy, begging the Shadow War God to spare his life. After all, there were hundreds of millions of Heaven Domain cultivators, and those who could cultivate to the 6-star Demon Emperor level could be counted on one hand. If he was killed, all of the Black Rock Emperor's efforts would turn to dust. Sure. Can you have the Shadow War God heavily injure him and send him to me? Seeing the Black Rock Emperor's terrifying strength, Yi Qinfeng had the idea of using the Soul Devourer's brain to control him. If he could control the Black Rock Emperor, he wouldn't need to disturb the Shining Dragon God. Sure. John Shershur revealed a surprised expression. She glanced at Yi Qinfeng and immediately sent a voice transmission to the Shadow War God. After receiving John Shershur's voice transmission, the Shadow War God frowned slightly. In a flash, she appeared in front of the shocked Black Rock Emperor and fiercely attacked him. In less than 20 breaths, the Black Rock Emperor, who was like a pile of mud and covered in blood, fell to the ground and fainted, not moving at all. P.S. The public account is about to reach 10 million. Everyone please add. When it reaches 10 million, I'll update 5 times. Cloud tier public account Y1TY83. Chapter 1580. Thank you. Yi Qinfeng was secretly delighted when he saw the unconscious Black Rock Emperor lying in a pool of blood. He bowed deeply to the Shadow War God and spoke gratefully. 8th High School? 1. Junior, the Black Rock Emperor is a peak 6-star Devil Emperor, and he's already halfway into the 1-star Downlord realm. If you intend to take control of him or obtain the secrets he possesses, then I advise you that it's best that you don't bring trouble upon yourself. Once he wakes up, then with the strength all of you possess, he'll be able to crush all of you to death with a single finger. The Shadow War God understood Yi Qinfeng's intentions and reminded him coldly, I understand. I'll be careful. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Sure. You've been away from the war tribe for too long. Let's go. The Shadow War God didn't say anything else. Big brother Yi, big sister Xia, I'm leaving. Take care. You must come to the battle arena to look for me when you have time. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Zhan Shishir truly treated Yi Qinfeng and the Shadow War God as friends. All right, we'll definitely go to the battle arena if we have the chance. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Let's go. The Shadow War God waved his arm lightly, and a terrifying gust of wind swept up as he left with Zhan Shishir. Soul Eater's brain. As soon as the Shadow War God and Zhan Shishir left, Yi Qinfeng immediately took out a Soul Eater's brain and placed it on the Black Rock Emperor's bloodied face. In the next moment, the Soul Eater's brain wriggled quickly. It entered the Black Rock Emperor's soul sea through his 7 orifices and started to devour his soul and consciousness. Although the Black Rock Emperor was strong, he couldn't resist the invasion of Soul Devourer's brain while he was heavily injured. Very soon, Soul Devourer's brain took control of his soul consciousness and established a soul connection with Yi Qinfeng. It's done! The moment their souls connected, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. With the Black Rock Emperor under his control, there were only a few people in the Misty Heaven sect who could hurt him. If Xuanming Xian still didn't know what was good for him, Yi Qinfeng wouldn't mind letting the Black Rock Emperor kill him. Come on, let's go back. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng put the unconscious Black Rock Emperor into the universe mirror. Then he summoned the holy beast Immortal Crane that had been waiting for him for a long time. Then he flew toward the Ethereal Heaven sect at an extremely fast speed. About half a day later, the Black Rock Emperor, who had been heavily injured by the Shadow War God and had fallen into a deep coma, woke up. When he realized that his mind and consciousness were being controlled, he let out an unwilling roar in the universe mirror. What's wrong? You can't accept it? Hearing the Black Rock Emperor's roar, Yi Qinfeng entered the universe mirror with a thought. He looked at the furious Black Rock Emperor and slowly said, Kill me if you have the guts! The Black Rock Emperor glared at Yi Qinfeng and said unyieldingly, he could not accept being controlled by someone who was hundreds of times weaker than him. I worked so hard to control you. Why would I kill you? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, And you don't have to be unwilling. In at most 100 years, I will be able to grow to a level that you can only look up to. With just you? The Black Rock Emperor said disdainfully, Black Rock Emperor, come with me. I'll bring you to see someone. Yi Qinfeng did not waste his breath and brought him to the place where the God Fiend Torch Dragon was sleeping. This God Fiend. Looking at the God Fiend Torch Dragon that was sleeping on the ground like a mountain ridge, the Black Rock Emperor's eyes widened. His heart was in turmoil. Through the God Fiend Torch Dragon's aura, the Black Rock Emperor felt small and insignificant. He had a feeling that the God Fiend in front of him was not weaker than the Black Demon Tribe leader. Black Rock Emperor, if you are willing to submit to me and work for me, I will give you an opportunity to break through to the Demon Master Realm. Yi Qinfeng threw out another olive branch. Really? The Black Rock Emperor's eyes lit up. Breaking through to the Demon Master Realm was his life's goal. but he knew very well how difficult it was to take this step. Look, what is this? With a thought, Yi Qinfeng took out 2 ancestral vein roots. This is the ancestral roots, the legendary ancestral roots. When the Black Rock Emperor stared at the ancestral roots, information about the dragon-shaped ancestral roots appeared in his mind. He widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. That's right, these are the ancestral roots. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Submit to me for 1,000 years, and these 2 ancestral roots will be yours. Really? The Black Rock Emperor was stunned and looked at Yi Qinfeng. Using 1,000 years of freedom in exchange for breaking through to the Demon Master realm was completely acceptable to the Black Rock Emperor. Do you think it's worth deceiving me? Yi Qinfeng said arrogantly. If you are still a Tao Lord after 1,000 years, you have no right to follow me. I will naturally restore your freedom. All right, I am willing to submit to you for 1,000 years. The outcome could not be changed, and the Black Rock Emperor had no choice. Moreover, he could accept 1,000 years. In the end, he agreed and obtained 2 ancestral roots from Yi Qinfeng. All right, you can cultivate here from now on. If there is a need, I will summon you. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng left the universe mirror. He controlled the God-Eater brain to erase the consciousness of the holy beast crane and continued flying towards the misty heaven sect. At the same time, a huge commotion occurred in the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. Is there still no news about C? Xue Mingxian looked gloomily at the disciples who had just returned to the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion and asked in a low voice. Xue Si was his nephew and his right-hand man. If something happened to him, it would affect his plan and cause an extremely bad impact. Moreover, 13 of his outstanding disciples had disappeared with Xue Si. If something happened to all of them, he would not be able to bear the consequences. No, we did not find Senior Brother C and the others near the Suicide Forest. However, we found traces of a battle at the edge of the Suicide Forest. The disciple who had gone to investigate said fearfully, Traces of a battle. Xue Mingxuan's brows were tightly knitted together. According to your observations, what level of battle are those? Pavilion Master, we can't tell. However, the ground at the edge of the Suicide Forest has collapsed. The remaining power in one of the cracks is extremely terrifying. We dare not go near it. The disciple of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion reported. Could it be that C and the others were unlucky and encountered a fierce battle between experts from other forces and were killed? Xue Mingxuan's face became gloomier as he thought of the possibility. Have Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy returned? Xue Mingxian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. No, they have not returned either. The disciple of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion said, Damn it, how could this happen? The more Xue Mingxian thought about it, the angrier he became. He regretted sending Xue Si to kill Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Pavilion Master, we have the latest news. While Xue Mingxian was secretly regretting, a disciple of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion ran in and said, I just saw that Yi Qinfeng and Xia when he came back on a crane. What? Xue Mingxuan's face darkened. An unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Let's go. Follow me to the Bishuet Immortal Pavilion. As he spoke, Xue Mingxian, whose face was as gloomy as water, summoned the sacred beast Golden Eagle and rode it to the Bishuet Immortal Pavilion to denounce them. Chapter 1581. I'm finally back. Yi Qinfeng stood on the Red Crown Crane and looked at the Bishuet Celestial Pavilion bathed in clouds with a faint smile on his face. 8. Chinese Network 1. 1. 8. 1. This time, Yi Qinfeng's harvest in the Death Forest was much greater than he imagined. Not only did he pluck over 1,200 death flowers, he also obtained 2 mid-grade true Spirit Saint swords, 6 death-severing ancestral roots, and befriended the War Race's princess. More importantly, he had unexpectedly subdued a peak 6-star demon emperor expert. With the help of the Black Rock Emperor, the number of people in the entire heaven domain who wanted to harm him could be counted on one hand. Qingfeng, Wendai, you're finally back. Yi Qinfeng had just returned to the Bishua Celestial Pavilion when she appeared in the White Cliff courtyard wearing a fiery red martial arts robe. She said with some blame, "Where have you been these days? Why didn't you tell us when you left the Misty Heaven sect?" "Sorry, senior sister. We were afraid of being followed, so we didn't tell the pavilion master or you," Yi Qinfeng said apologetically. "Let's go. Master wants to see you. I'll bring you to the Bishue Celestial Pavilion." She didn't blame Yi Qinfeng, and Wendai, after seeing them, returned safely. She brought them to the Bishue Celestial Pavilion, where Shui Piao was cultivating. "Master, I've brought them here." After entering the exquisitely decorated Bishue Celestial Pavilion, she bowed to Shui Piao, who was cultivating cross-legged on a piece of jade. "Qingfeng, Wendai, where have you been these days?" Shui Piao slowly opened her eyes and said, "Do you know how dangerous it is to leave the Misty Heaven sect without permission? How many people are eyeing the 2 peerless inheritances you obtained at the inheritance cliff?" "Sorry, Pavilion Master. We went to the Death Forest these days." Although Shui Piao's words were full of blame, there was also concern in the blame. This made Yi Qinfeng feel warm in his heart. "Death Forest. You accepted the mission of the Death Forest," Shui Piao said with a shocked expression. She was very clear about how terrifying the Suicide Forest was. Saint beasts roamed the forest, and there were even profound rank saint beasts and heaven rank saint beasts. Even if she entered the Suicide Forest, it would be difficult for her to come out alive. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said vaguely, "Yes, we were lucky. We met some people in the Suicide Forest and successfully picked some suicide flowers and brought them back." "Yi Qinfeng, the 2 of you are too bold," Shui Piao scolded. "Although the 2 of you are heaven's favored children in the lower realm, the heaven domain is different from the lower realm. Here, the slightest carelessness can cause you to lose your life. Don't mess around in the future." "Yes, Pavilion Master. We will pay attention next time." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "Junior brother, did you really pluck the suicide flower from the Suicide Forest?" She asked. "Yes, we've picked more than 1,100 suicide flowers." Yi Qinfeng nodded. However, he secretly left behind 100 suicide flowers. 1,100 suicide flowers. Shui Piao and she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 1 suicide flower was equivalent to 1,000 contribution points. 1,100 suicide flowers were equivalent to 1,100,000 contribution points. With these contribution points, they could go to the main sect of the Piao sect to exchange for treasures. Just when Shui Piao was shocked by Yi Qinfeng and Shui Piao's harvest, more than 10 powerful auras appeared and landed outside the Azure Snow Pavilion. "Yes, Shui Mingxian. What is he doing here?" Shui Piao frowned slightly. She felt that Shui Mingxuan's arrival was not a good thing. "Shui Piao, how dare you allow your disciples to kill the people of my Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion? Do you know your crime?" Shui Mingxian walked into the Azure Snow Pavilion with a murderous aura. He coldly glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Shui Piao. "Shui Mingxian, what do you mean?" Shui Piao frowned slightly and said calmly, "You're still playing dumb." Shui Mingxian said angrily, "Let me ask you, did you send people to kill Si and the others?" "Shui Si? He's dead?" Shui Piao's complexion changed. Monstrous waves were set off in her heart. Shui Si was known as the #1 genius of Snow Palace's younger generation. His talent and strength were above Yu Lanqin's. His death would definitely cause a great storm in Snow Palace. "If you too want to live, then obediently tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't forgive you," Xue Mingxuan's eyes flashed with a vicious light. He coldly glared at Yi Qinfeng and Xue Piaomiao, aggressively saying, "Tell me, did Si and the others' deaths have anything to do with you?" "Yes." Yi Qinfeng nodded and admitted straightforwardly. Qingfeng, Xue Piaomiao, who was still immersed in Xue Si's death, was startled as she heard Yi Qinfeng admit to it. She was well aware of just how important Xue Si was to the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. Once Xue Mingxian confirmed that Xue Si's death was related to Yi Qinfeng, he definitely wouldn't let Yi Qinfeng and Xue Piaomiao off. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood. Xue Mingxian also didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to admit to it. His handsome face revealed a sinister expression as he said this. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood? What does Pavilion Master Mingxian mean? Yi Qinfeng pretended to be surprised and said, "Senior Brother Si and the others are our saviors. Without them, there wouldn't be us." "Qingfeng, what happened?" The confusion on Xue Piaomiao's face deepened. She couldn't figure out what he was up to. Senior Brother Si and the others were killed by the experts of the Black Demon Clan in order to save us. Yi Qinfeng spoke out the words that he thought of and described Xue Li and the others as his saviors, praising their spirit of sacrificing themselves for others. A bunch of nonsense. After listening to Yi Qinfeng's narration, Xue Mingxuan's lungs were about to explode. He was very clear that Yi Qinfeng wasn't telling the truth and Xue Si would never save them. "Pavilion Master Mingxian, are you doubting the quality of Senior Brother Si and the others?" Looking at the enraged Xue Mingxian, Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice. "Yi Qinfeng, don't quibble. I'm very sure that Si and the others were killed by you." Xue Mingxian suppressed the anger in his heart and said. However, Yi Qinfeng's move had disrupted his plan and put him in a very passive situation. How can Pavilion Master Mingxian be so sure? Yi Qinfeng asked in return. Several thoughts flashed through Xue Mingxuan's mind. He couldn't admit that Xue Si was sent by him to kill Yi Qinfeng and the others. If Yi Qinfeng insisted that Xue Si died because of them, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. Xue Mingxian, Qingfeng, and the others went to the Forest of Death to accept a mission. Why did Si and the others appear in the Forest of Death at the same time? What do you want? Xue Piaomiao sensed that something was wrong, and his face instantly darkened as he said angrily, "Why? Only they are allowed to go to the Forest of Death to accept a mission, but not Si and the others." Xue Mingxian said angrily, "Pavilion Master Mingxian is right. Anyone can accept a mission in the Forest of Death." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Senior Brother Si and the others died for us, and I feel very sad. I feel that it is necessary to report this matter to the Snow Palace Master and ask the Palace Master to seek justice for Senior Brother Si and the others. As for Master's suspicion, we can also ask the Palace Master to go to the Mission Pavilion to investigate. At that time, we will know whether Si has accepted a mission or not. After all, we need to register when we accept a mission." Xue Mingxian realized that Yi Qinfeng was setting a trap for him. If he really went to the Mission Pavilion to investigate, not only would Xue Si and the others die in vain, it might even cause a negative impact on him. Good. I understand the cause of Si and the others' deaths. I will take revenge. No matter who it is, they will die without a doubt. Xue Mingxian realized that today's situation was unfavorable for him, and there was no meaning in staying any longer. He left a sentence and was about to leave. "Pavilion Master Mingxian, the murderer who killed Senior Brother Si is the Black Rock Emperor of the Black Demon Clan. However, the Black Rock Emperor's strength is a 6-star demon emperor. I advise Pavilion Master Mingxian not to take revenge on your own accord, lest you become cannon fodder and lose your life for no reason." Yi Qinfeng seemed to kindly remind him, "You don't need to worry about this." Xue Mingxian, who didn't get any benefits, suppressed his anger and left angrily. Chapter 1582. Qingfeng. Was Xue Si really killed by the Black Fiend race? After Xue Mingxian left angrily, Xue Piaomiao sealed the entire hall and asked, "Eighth Chinese? Net, less than or equal to? Pavilion Master, do you think that with Mozi's and my strength we can kill Xue Si?" Yi Qinfeng asked with a smile. "Qingfeng, Xue Si is Xue Mingxuan's nephew and the #1 genius of Snow Palatial. His death will definitely cause a huge uproar in Snow Palatial," Xue Piaomiao said solemnly, "regardless of whether Xue Si's death is related to you. Xue Mingxian will bear this grudge on you and Wendy. Therefore, you have to keep a low profile in the coming days. Do not leave Bixue Immortal Pavilion without permission. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. We will be careful," Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. "By the way, Pavilion Master, I have a gift for you." With that said, Yi Qinfeng took out a jade box that emitted wisps of spiritual energy from the cosmic mirror and handed it to Xue Piaomiao. And inside the jade box was the invaluable, life-severing ancestral root. "What is this?" Xue Piaomiao frowned slightly and opened the jade box. Immediately following that, a rich ancestral charm emanated from the jade box, causing Xue Piaomiao's mind to jolt. "I don't know what this is either. However, I believe it should be useful to Pavilion Master." Seeing Xue Piaomiao's expression turn from a daze to shock and from shock to excitement, Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, "Life-severing ancestral root. This seems to be the legendary life-severing ancestral root." Xue Piaomiao carefully identified the life-severing ancestral root and recognized its origins. "How did you obtain the life-severing ancestral root?" "This was given to me by the Battle Clan. Mozi and I saved the Battle Clan's princess by chance." Yi Qinfeng said the excuse he had long thought of. "Qingfeng, do you know the value of this life-severing ancestral root?" It can be said that the value of this ancestral root is more precious than typical high-grade sacred true pills. Xue Piaomiao took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. "You should keep this life-severing ancestral root for yourself. It will be of great help to you in the future." "Pavilion Master, I'm not giving you the life-severing ancestral root for nothing. Once you break through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm and obtain the position of Snow Palace Lord, just give me and Mozi some contribution points every year." Yi Qinfeng intended to help Xue Piaomiao become the Snow Palace Master, which was why he gave her the extremely precious life-severing ancestral root. "This, Pavilion Master, I think you should be clear about the consequences of letting Xue Mingxian win the position of Palace Master. If the Bixue Immortal Pavilion is gone, what future is there to talk about?" Yi Qinfeng said bluntly. "Okay, I will do my best to compete for the position of Palace Master of Snow Palace," Xue Piaomiao said after taking a deep breath as she looked at Yi Qinfeng, understanding his deeper meaning. If Xue Mingxian were to obtain the position of Palace Master of Snow Palace, it would bring disaster to the Bixue Immortal Pavilion. It could be said that the fate of the Bixue Immortal Pavilion was tied to her. With the life-severing ancestral root, her chances of obtaining the position of Palace Master of Snow Palace would be greatly increased. "Pavilion Master, we will return first." Yi Qinfeng didn't stay in the Bixue Immortal Pavilion for long. He bade farewell to Xue Piaomiao and left the Bixue Immortal Pavilion. However, the two of them didn't return to the White Cliff courtyard. Instead, they summoned a sacred red-crowned crane and rode it to the Mission Pavilion. The two of you are actually still alive." Just as Yi Qinfeng and Mozi entered the Mission Pavilion, a cold voice suddenly entered Yi Qinfeng and Mozi's ears. Our luck is not bad. We managed to leave the suicide forest alive," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at the flirtatious woman who had kindly warned them back then. The gray-robed elder in charge of ranking also recognized Yi Qinfeng and Mozi's and said in a low voice, "No matter whether the mission is successful or not, It is a success to be able to leave the suicide forest alive. Elder Shur, do you think the two of them would dare to enter the suicide forest with their strength? Yeah, I think they would at most walk around the periphery of the suicide forest and be scared back. The disciples of the Snow Palace knew how terrifying the suicide forest was. Many honorable realm experts had lost their lives in the suicide forest. They didn't believe that Yi Qinfeng and Matzi would dare to enter the suicide forest. However, the flirtatious woman didn't think so. Because Yi Qinfeng had come to submit the mission, it was very likely that he had picked the suicide flower. Elder Shur, this is the suicide flower that we picked from the suicide forest. Yi Qinfeng did not pay attention to the noisy discussions around him and handed a universe ring to Elder Shur. You guys really plucked the suicide flower. Elder Shur was stunned. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and revealed a look of shock. When Elder Shur penetrated his soul power into the universe ring, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned. How did you do it? Did you really pick these suicide flowers? Elder Shur couldn't believe that there were more than 1,100 suicide flowers in the universe ring that Yi Qinfeng handed to him. In the suicide forest where the saint beasts roamed, it was very dangerous to pick one suicide flower. The difficulty of picking more than 1,000 suicide flowers was unimaginable. We are lucky to have teamed up with an expert and picked these suicide flowers. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said vaguely, Can these suicide flowers be exchanged for contribution points? Yes, of course you can. Elder Shur, who came back to his senses, looked at Yi Qinfeng and Matzi differently. He realized that he had underestimated them. They were definitely not simple. As for the expert that they were talking about, he didn't ask. Elder Shur, how many suicide flowers did they pick? Looking at Elder Shur, who had lost his composure, the charming lady blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, More than 1,100 flowers. Elder Shur laughed bitterly and shook his head. What? Not only was the charming lady stunned, everyone present was stunned. Some of them even thought that they had heard wrongly. This number of suicide flowers was beyond their imagination. Elder Shur, I wonder if you can give us the contribution points now. Feeling that everyone's eyes were on him, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change as he said plainly, All right, give me your identity badges. Elder Shur nodded and took Yi Qinfeng and Matzi's identity badges. He inserted more than 500,000 contribution points into the badges. Thank you, Elder Shur. We will be leaving now. After successfully obtaining the contribution points, Yi Qinfeng and Matzi didn't stay for long. They left the mission pavilion and rode their red-crowned cranes to the treasure pavilion. An ordinary emperor-level disciple wouldn't be able to accumulate so many contribution points even after 100 years. From this, it could be seen just how shocking 1,000,000 contribution points were. After some selection, Yi Qinfeng and Matzi bought 6 extremely valuable second-grade True Spirit Saint pills and a bottle of body-tempering water that could cleanse pill toxins. They were all preparing to break into a higher realm. Let's go to the Gravity Star. The two of them spent over 600,000 contribution points to exchange for a large amount of Grade 2 True Spirit Saint pills, but they didn't exchange them for any top-grade Saint artifacts. Instead, they each spent another 200,000 contribution points to enter the top cultivation grounds of the Misty Heaven sect, the Gravity Planet, which was filled with terrifying pressure. Chapter 1583. The Gravity Star was the top cultivation holy land of the Misty Heaven sect. It was a star that the ancestor of the Misty Heaven sect had forcefully refined and sealed in the depths of the sect. By Chinese network equals is almost equal to. Is almost equal to 8 is not equal to 1 is not equal to z, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to. The benefits of cultivating on the Gravity Star were self-evident. The Misty Heaven sect didn't restrict their disciples from cultivating on the Gravity Star, but cultivating on the Gravity Star required a large amount of contribution points. There were only a handful of disciples like Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy who could cultivate on the gravity star for a year. Kacha! After paying 200,000 points respectively, Yi Qinfeng and Lu Li entered the gravity planet through the teleportation array. As soon as they stepped onto the gravity planet, Yi Qinfeng felt his body sink. The space pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas was like a torrential waterfall, ruthlessly pressing down on their bodies, causing them to tremble. However, Yi Qinfeng's physical strength was way too strong. He slowly activated the powers in his 5 acupuncture points and spread the hundreds of millions of kilograms of physical strength all over his body, easily withstanding the space pressure outside the gravitational star. Let's go, Matsi. Let's go deep into the gravity planet to cultivate. The closer they got to the core of the gravity star, the greater the space pressure. However, the benefits of cultivation were also more obvious. The two of them endured the space pressure from the boundless void and walked deeper into the gravity star step by step. About 8 hours later, Xia Dai could no longer withstand the space pressure of the gravity star. Her body began to tremble as she cultivated. She had no choice but to stop and find a relatively quiet place to begin her closed-door cultivation. Who? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. Powers exploded from his 5 acupuncture points. Under the pressure of the space, he dashed towards the core area of the gravity star at an extremely fast speed. What? Am I seeing things? Someone is running on the gravity planet. Heavens! When did such a monster appear in the Misty Heaven sect? Many of the Misty Heaven sect's disciples who were cultivating on the planet of gravity were awakened by the ear-piercing sound. When they saw a blurry figure running on the planet of gravity, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yi Qinfeng had been running for several hours when he sensed that the spatial pressure in the sky had exceeded 1 billion jin. His body, which was comparable to a high-grade sacred artifact, was reacting strongly. He decided to stay here and cultivate for a while before venturing deeper. Who are you to be able to appear here? While Yi Qinfeng was searching for a place to cultivate, an intense soul fluctuation entered his ears. I am a disciple of the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Following the source of the voice, Yi Qinfeng looked into the distance and vaguely saw a figure shrouded in a thick layer of dust in a black hole. Disciple of the Bishua Immortal Pavilion, I know who you are. The figure in the cave suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Through the heavy pressure, he looked at Yi Qinfeng and said coldly, "Looks like you are even more outstanding than the rumors say," as expected of the owner of the Misty Sword Cannon. After he finished speaking, this expert who had cultivated on the planet of gravity closed his eyes and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He didn't say anything else. The abilities of Heaven Domain experts were unimaginable. Yi Qinfeng was afraid of exposing the existence of the God-devouring brain, so he didn't blindly sense this expert's strength. He looked at her from afar and slowly moved on the planet of gravity, trying to get as far away from her as possible. He didn't want her to see more of his secrets while he was cultivating, which would cause unnecessary trouble. After half a day, Yi Qinfeng appeared in a deserted area. He found a man-made hole and entered it, preparing to enter seclusion for nearly a year. Huff! Yi Qinfeng adjusted his qi and took out 2 suicide flowers. He directly swallowed them and circulated the soul-devouring art to quickly refine them. Due to the strong pressure of the planet of gravity, the energy released by the 2 suicide flowers couldn't flow out of Yi Qinfeng's body. This was the biggest benefit of cultivating on the planet of gravity. Days passed. Yi Qinfeng endured over 1 billion pounds of spatial pressure and refined precious spiritual items. He accumulated his foundation and prepared to break through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. After cultivating for more than a month, Yi Qinfeng had refined more than 10 suicide flowers and a large number of spiritual items of heaven and earth. He had cultivated to the limit of a 6-star Tao Master, and the golden Tao power in his body had reached the point of overflowing. Feeling that the time was right, Yi Qinfeng took out a suicide ancestral root and used the powerful spirituality of the suicide ancestral root to break through the bottleneck and break through to the one-star Tao Emperor realm. During the days when Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were cultivating on the planet of gravity, the Snow Palace had a series of changes. With the help of the suicide ancestral root's spirituality, Xue Piaomiao not only increased her lifespan by 30,000 years, but also smoothly broke through to the two-star Tao Emperor realm. This caused the entire Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion to be excited. Not long after Xue Piaomiao's breakthrough, the number one genius of the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion, Yulanqin, used the Misty Sword scripture to break through the shackles of cultivation on the planet of gravity and become a one-star Tao Emperor. All of a sudden, the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion's strength faintly suppressed the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion that had lost Xue Piaomiao. This gave Xue Piaomiao hope of inheriting the position of Snow Palace Master. As the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion rejoiced, the Snow Palace Master broke through to the four-star Tao Emperor realm and became an elder of the Misty Heaven sect, vacating the position of Snow Palace Master. Just when everyone thought that Xue Piaomiao would take advantage of the recent limelight and force Xue Mingxian to become the Palace Master of the Snow Palace, Xue Mingxian used some unknown method to persuade the Palace Master of the Snow Palace to finally let him inherit the position of Palace Master of the Snow Palace. And this decision was approved by the patriarch of the Xue family, the third elder of the Misty Heaven sect, Xue Shujun, causing Xue Piaomiao to lose all power. What should we do, Master? Xue Mingxian is about to inherit the position of Snow Palace Master. With his personality, he will definitely take revenge on us. The disciples of the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion gathered around Xue Piaomiao, discussing how to deal with this situation. AI, now we only have two paths. Either we leave the Misty Heaven sect and establish our own sect, or we submit. Xue Piaomiao said worriedly. She was well aware of Xue Mingxuan's methods. Master, since the Xue family has given up on us, how about we leave the Misty Heaven sect? Yu Lanqin, who was wearing a long blue dress and looked like an ice lotus, said in a domineering manner, Leave! Thinking of the consequences of leaving, Xue Piaomiao hesitated. Although she had broken through to the two-star Tao Emperor realm and Yulanqin had broken through to the one-star Tao Emperor realm, there were simply too many experts in the Heaven domain. With the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion's strength, it wasn't enough to deal with the dangers of the Heaven domain. Without the protection of the Misty Heaven sect, it was very likely that they would perish even faster. Do you want me to show you a way out? Xue Piaomiao hesitated. As she was discussing a plan, a playful voice sounded out in the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. It was Xue Mingxian, who wore a black robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. He had the posture of a victor, his hands clasped behind his back as he arrived alone. Chapter 1584. Xue Mingxian. Seeing the sudden arrival of Xue Mingxian, Xue Piaomiao's eyebrows tightly twisted together. Several thoughts flashed through her mind. 88? Chinese network? Xue Piaomiao, since we've known each other for some time, I'll show you the way. Xue Mingxian arrogantly said, Hand over Yi Qinfeng and Xia Rundai to me, and then you, Hongxi and Yulanqin will be my women. Then, I'll let your Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion go. Don't even think about it. Hearing Xue Mingxuan's conditions, Yulanqin was enraged. The clear cry of a sword echoed from her body. She grasped the low-grade, true Spirit Saint artifact, Water Moon's sacred sword, and thrust it towards Xue Mingxian. Wang Wang. As Yulanqin's sword thrust out, Xue Mingxian quickly flicked out several fingers. An incomparably sharp sword light ruthlessly struck the Water Moon's sacred sword, creating a powerful rebounding force that passed through the sword and into Yulanqin's arm, forcibly forcing her back. Peak two-star Tao Emperor. Xue Piaomiao's pupils shrank. She didn't think that Xuan's strength had risen to the level of a peak 2-star Tao Emperor. With just a few flicks of his fingers, he was able to force Yu Lanqin back. Yu Lanqin, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to be impudent again, don't blame me for being impolite. Mingxian narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yu Lanqin's cold face and said, although you're pretty good-looking and suit my taste, if you don't listen to me, then I'll still destroy you. Is that so? Yu Lanqin ignored Xuan's warning. She revolved the misty sword scripture and was about to continue attacking. Stop, Lanqin. Xue Piamiao grabbed Yu Lanqin's arm and said, withdraw, leave everything to me. Yes, master. Seeing Xue Piamiao's dignified eyes, Yu Lanqin fiercely bit her lips. She put away the Water Moon's sacred sword and silently pushed it to the side. Xue Piamiao, I wonder if you agree to the conditions I just proposed? Xue Mingxian revealed the attitude of a victor as he looked at Xue Piamiao. I don't. Xue Piamiao shook her head. Shi Piamiao didn't eyes Piamiao's master. Hearing Xue Piamiao's words, Yulan Xan and the others immediately panicked. Shut up, all of you. If anyone says another word, I'll definitely expel her from the Jade Snow Celestial Pavilion. Xue Piamiao warned sternly. Xue Piamiao, my appetite is not that small. Although you look pretty good, there will be a day when I get tired of playing with you. So, just you alone is not enough for me to let go of your Bishue Celestial Pavilion. Xue Mingxian looked at Xue Piamiao's charming body and said with an arrogant smile, what if I join in? Hong Shi, who was wearing a long red dress, bit her lips and stood out. She was extremely charming. Still not enough. Xue Mingxian shook his head and said, Xue Piamiao, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer in 3 days, when I inherit the position of Palace Master of the Snow Palace, I'll definitely start with your Bishue Celestial Pavilion. Can you be lenient for a few more days? Xue Piamiao endured the humiliation in her heart and bit her lip. Sure, as long as you come back with me to the Sunset Snow Celestial Pavilion today and serve me well, I'll be lenient for a month so you can think about it. Xue Mingxuan's lips curved up in a playful smile. Scram! Yu Lan Xian saw Xue Mingxian continuously insult Xue Piamiao. She could no longer control the anger in her heart. She summoned her Water Moon's sacred sword and fiercely attacked Xue Mingxian. Stop! Before the sharp sword lights could strike Xue Mingxian, Xue Piamiao suddenly blocked in front of Yu Lan Xian and neutralized her attack. Xue Mingxian, in 3 days, I will only give you an answer. You can leave. Yu Lan Xian, remember my words. I swear I'll push you under my body and let you know the consequences of offending me. Xue Mingxian coldly glared at Yu Lan Xian. After leaving behind these arrogant words, he turned and left. Master, if worst comes to worst, we'll make a big deal out of this. Let's see how Xue Mingxian will deal with this. Red Brook angrily said, biting her lips. Xue Piamiao deeply sighed. Calm down. In the next few days, I'll go pay a visit to my Xue family patriarch and see what she has to say. Because Xue Mingxian was about to inherit the position of Snow Palace Master, the Sunset Snow Celestial Pavilion had fallen into a great haze. Yi Qinfeng and Xia, Wendy had been cultivating on Gravity Star for over half a year and had made substantial breakthroughs. After refining dozens of suicide flowers and a second-grade True Spirit Saint pill, Xia Wendy successfully broke through to the realm of 6-star Tao Master with the help of heavy pressure. As for Yi Qinfeng, with the help of the powerful spirituality of the life-severing ancestral root, he was only a step away from breaking through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. Second-grade Saint True Spirit pill refine. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath, took out a second-grade Saint True Spirit pill, and swallowed it. With the help of the majestic medicinal power of the second-grade Saint True Spirit pill, he continued to break through the bottleneck of his realm. Although the bottleneck of the Tao Emperor realm was extremely tough, under the impact of the life-severing ancestral root and the majestic medicinal power of the second-grade Saint True Spirit Pill, cracks kept appearing. After he persevered in breaking through the bottleneck again and again, waves of more powerful Tao power passed through the cracks of the bottleneck and flowed into his body, increasing his strength. After a few more days, Yi Qinfeng felt that the time was right. He detonated all the medicinal power of the second-grade Saint True Spirit Pill, and without caring about the damage to his body, he broke through the bottleneck of his realm and reached the one-star Tao Emperor realm. After refining the life-severing ancestral root, he had an extra 30,000 years of life, which was enough for him to use the life-spirit technique at the critical moment. Phew, I've finally broken through. Feeling that his physical strength had increased by 100 million gene, and his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. There were still more than 3 months before the 1-year time limit to increase his realm. Yi Qinfeng was not prepared to leave the gravity planet, and he was prepared to enter the core of the gravity planet and use the stronger spatial pressure to refine his physical body and break through to the 4th level of the mystic body realm. You've come out. Yi Qinfeng endured the huge pressure, and as he walked step by step towards the core of the gravity planet, the cold voice from before entered his ears again. You're very concerned about me? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly and replied coldly, Don't misunderstand. I just happened to see you come out and wanted to tell you something. The cold voice said, Something happened to the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion, and Senior Sister Piao lost her position as the palace master of the Snow Palace. When did this happen? Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows, feeling the severity of the situation. 5 days ago, and according to what I know, Senior Sister Piao and the others might betray the Misty Heaven sect. The cold voice said, Can you tell me who you are? Yi Qinfeng asked as several thoughts flashed through his mind. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I don't want anything to happen to Senior Sister Piao. The cold voice said, And since you've been recognized by the preaching Heavenly Wall, perhaps you can help Senior Sister Piao settle this trouble. You want me to hand over the Misty Sword Scripture? Yi Qinfeng immediately understood the cold voice's meaning. That's right. The cold voice said, The Xue family suddenly supported Xue Mingxian, and it's very likely that they came for the Misty Sword Scripture. After all, the entire Misty Heaven sect only has one supreme grade, true spirit saint art. And who wouldn't want the Misty Sword Scripture? If you're willing to hand over the Misty Sword Scripture, you can solve Senior Sister Piao's crisis. Thank you for telling me. Qinfeng will definitely repay you in the future. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng did not stay for long, and left the gravity planet alone while enduring the terrifying pressure, returning to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion that was shrouded in danger. Chapter 1585. Master, have you really decided? Yu Lanqin came to the room where Xue Piao was cultivating. She looked at the pale and worried Xue Piao and asked in a low voice, Eitai, Literature Net? I can sacrifice myself, but I can't just watch you die. Maybe leaving is our only choice. Xue Piao took a deep breath and made up her mind. Master, do you think we'll be able to leave the Misty Heaven sect? Yu Lanqin sighed and said, Although the Xue family allowed us to leave, I have a feeling that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. How could the Xue family allow us to leave? Xue Piao went to visit the Xue family's patriarch. Although she didn't see her in person, she obtained the Xue family's promise to allow them to leave the Misty Heaven sect. However, Xue Piao felt that there was something strange about this matter. This made her more and more worried. Master, junior brother Qinfeng is back. As Xue Piao was in a daze, Redbrook brought Yi Qinfeng to her cultivation room. 1-star Tao Master, The moment she saw Yi Qinfeng, Xue Piaomiao felt his strength and revealed a look of shock. In just a few months, he had broken through from a 4-star Dao saint to a 1-star Dao master. This speed of breakthrough almost broke the Misty Heaven sect's cultivation record. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. Qinfeng has brought you so much trouble. Yi Qinfeng looked at the haggard Xue Piaomiao and said apologetically, This has nothing to do with you. I was useless and couldn't compete with Xue Mingxian. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's amazing cultivation talent, Xue Piaomiao had even more expectations for Yi Qinfeng. She believed that as long as Yi Qinfeng was given enough time, he would definitely grow into a giant tree that could shake the heavens. Pavilion Master, if you trust me, leave the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion's troubles to me. I promise to resolve this crisis and let Xue Mingxian suffer alone. Yi Qinfeng promised softly. You don't have to leave the Misty Heaven sect. Qinfeng, you have a way to resolve this crisis? Xue Piaomiao raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Qinfeng in shock. Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said without hesitation, Qinfeng, are you going to hand over the Misty Sword Scripture? Asked the intelligent Yu Lan Xian. No, there's a better way. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Give me 3 days. When Xue Mingxian inherits the position of Palace Master of the Snow Palace, I will make him fall into the abyss. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Yi Qinfeng left every morning and returned at night, wandering around the Snow Palace's headquarters. His whereabouts had long been known to Xue Piaomiao and Xue Mingxian, but because he didn't do anything and only wandered around, no one knew what he was doing. Finally, the day of Xue Mingxian inheriting the position of Palace Master arrived. On this day, Snow Palace was exceptionally lively. Besides the patriarch of the Xue family, Xue Shujun, all of the upper echelons of the Xue family had arrived. Xue Piaomiao and the others couldn't see the slightest hope of a comeback. Hey, Master, what method do you think Junior Brother will use to reverse the situation and knock Xue Mingxian off his pedestal? Red Brook racked her brains, but she couldn't think of anything. At this time, Yi Qinfeng had a way to turn the tide. I also can't think of anything, but I believe in Qinfeng. He isn't someone who talks big. If he dares to make a promise, then he should have a way to deal with it. Let's wait and see. Xue Piaomiao shook her head and looked at Xue Mingxian, who was wearing a dark golden robe with cloud patterns and a towering crown. His face was full of joy as he prepared to inherit the position of Palace Master. Everyone quiet down. When the main hall of Snow Palace grew noisier and noisier, an old man in a black robe, had white hair, and a long beard walked out of the main hall with the higher-ups of the Xue clan. He said, After my discussion with the elders of the Xue clan, we've decided to appoint Xue Mingxian as the next Palace Master of Snow Palace. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Good. Since the 3 Pavilion Masters have no objections, then I declare Xue Mingxian as the new Palace Master of Snow Palace. Thank you, Palace Master. Mingxian swears here that I will bring glory to Snow Palace and will not bring shame to the Xue family's name. Xue Mingxian suppressed the excitement in his heart and knelt on one knee. He accepted the Palace Master's token and swore in front of everyone. Mingxian, we are not worried about your talent and ability. However, you are a bit vicious. Remember to restrain yourself when you take the position of Palace Master. Think of the big picture. The old Palace Master patted Xue Mingxuan's shoulder and said, Mingxian will remember the old Palace Master's words. Xue Mingxian nodded. However, in his heart he had already sentenced Xue Piaomiao and the others to death. Just as Xue Mingxuan's ambition was expanding, an illusory figure shrouded in black light suddenly appeared outside the main hall of Snow Palace. Palace Master of Snow Palace, how impressive! I didn't expect to see you inherit the position of Palace Master today, the man in black light said coldly. Xue Mingxian, Aren't you going to invite me for a drink? How dare you? Who are you? How dare you trespass into my misty heaven sect? Although Xue Mingxian couldn't sense the man's strength, he was fearless with the support of the Xue family's upper echelons. What? Is your misty heaven sect a tiger's den? Can I come? The man in black light said domineeringly. He kept stepping on the hard ground as he walked toward Xue Mingxian. You are from the demon clan? The old palace master frowned as he felt the terrifying demon Qi coming from the man in black light. His face turned serious. That's right. I am from the Black Demon Clan, the man in black light said arrogantly. Why is the demon clan here? Does the demon clan have a grudge against Xue Mingxian? She looked at Xue Piaomiao and asked in confusion. I don't know. Let's keep watching. Maybe there will be a change today, Xue Piaomiao said in a low voice. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Black Demon Clan. Xue Mingxian frowned even more. Xue Mingxian, don't play dumb here. Hand over my item, or don't blame me for not giving face to the Misty Heaven sect. The man in black light looked at Xue Mingxian, who was deep in thought, and said domineeringly, Sir, did you get the wrong person? I haven't left the Misty Heaven sect recently. How could I have taken your item? Xue Mingxian smelled something unusual. He felt that the man in black light's appearance was a little strange. It seemed like he was here for him. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. As he said that, a right hand broke out of black light. It evolved into a terrifying Dao, will, and grabbed at Xue Mingxian. As the hand reached out, the sky changed color. The terrifying hand of black light seemed to be swallowing the sky and earth. It imprisoned the space around Xue Mingxian. His expression changed drastically as he deduced a Dao will and attacked with all his strength. Even though Xue Mingxian was a pinnacle 2-star Dao Emperor, the difference in strength between him and the black-radiated man was too great. His attack was completely unable to break through the descending black-radiated hand. He could only watch as the black-radiated hand grabbed him. At the critical moment, several experts of the Xue clan attacked. Rays of heavenly light illuminated the sky and earth like meteors falling from the sky. They bombarded the hand of black light and shattered it together, saving Xue Mingxian, who was in a sorry state. Xue Mingxian, if you don't hand over my item, even Yu Xian won't be able to save you. As he said that, a terrifying demonic disc appeared behind the man in black light. It seemed like the demonic disc was nurturing everything. It locked onto Xue Mingxian, whose expression changed drastically and intimidated everyone. Chapter 1586. Peak 6-star Demon Emperor. Sensing the man's strength, the Xue family experts' faces changed drastically. Xue Mingxian even revealed a look of fear. 8-star Demon Emperor? Chinese network equals asterisk less than or equal to. Is not equal to 8, less than or equal to 1, is not equal to Z, is not equal to, less than or equal to. Is almost equal to C, is almost equal to O, is almost equal to, and the Misty Heaven sect was not one of the top forces in the Heaven region. Only the sect master Yu Xian was a peak 6-star Dao Emperor. If the man wanted to kill, only Yu Xian could stop him. Sir, I have no enmity with you. Why are you targeting me? Xue Mingxian suppressed the fear in his heart and said loudly, Targeting you? The man snorted coldly and said, Do you think I'm bored enough to come all the way to the Misty Heaven sect to frame you? But I really didn't offend you, nor did I take your things. Xue Mingxian was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only defend himself. You're about to die, and you still don't admit it, the man said with killing intent. Since that's the case, let me send you to hell and take back my things personally. Wait, sir. Please give the Misty Heaven sect some face. As for your things, I promise I'll take them out without any damage. The Shui family's grand elder, who was a 5-star Tao emperor, stood out and said. He wore a dark gray robe and had wrinkles all over his face. Grand elder, I swear I didn't take his things. Shui Mingxian was frantic and kept defending himself. But at this moment, not many people believed him. In their eyes, the man wouldn't ask for things for no reason. Moreover, with the man's strength, he wouldn't accuse Shui Mingxian wrongly. Shui Mingxian, if you don't want to die, then obediently take out the treasures you obtained recently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. The Shui family's grand elder felt that the situation was serious. With the Misty Heaven sect's strength, they couldn't afford to offend the Black Devil clan. Otherwise, if they angered the Black Devil clan, it would bring disaster to the Misty Heaven sect. Grand Elder, I'm really wronged. Shui Mingxian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The ambition and arrogance he had just a moment ago had disappeared. Only sullenness and fear remained. Brother Blackrock, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Just as the situation was getting tense and the killing intent of the man in black light was getting thicker and thicker, a distant voice sounded. The sect master of the ethereal heavenly sect, Yu Xian, appeared on a white cloud. He didn't look very old, but his body radiated the light of Tao will. Following Yu Xian were the patriarchs of the Misty Heaven sect's 3 clans. Yue Xian, you came at the right time. Your sect's disciple stole my treasure. If he doesn't hand it over today, don't blame me for starting a massacre in your Misty Heaven sect. The black light disappeared, and the Black Rock Emperor, who was wearing a black robe and exuding a dense demonic aura, said domineeringly. Yu Xian landed beside Shui Mingxian and said in a calm voice, Brother Blackrock, I wonder what supreme treasure Mingxian stole from you. As long as you tell me, I will definitely force him to return it to you. Life-extinguishing ancestral tree, the Black Rock Emperor said. Shui Mingxian felt the severity of the situation, so he dropped to his knees and begged loudly, Sect Master, please understand. I don't know what the life-severing ancestral tree is, and I have never seen it before. Sect Master, all the patriarchs, please uphold justice for me and clear my name. Brother Blackrock, you said Mingxian stole your life-severing ancestral tree. When did this happen? As far as I know, Mingxian hasn't been out recently. Although the Black Rock Emperor was being aggressive, Yu Xian still had a smile on his face. Yu Xian, you should know my temper. I don't have the time to waste my breath on you. Since I believe that he stole the life-severing ancestral tree, I won't accuse him unjustly. The Black Rock Emperor said impatiently, As for you all, if you want to protect him, then come at me together. I want to see how strong the Misty Heaven sect is. As he spoke, a terrifying demonic chi burst out from the Black Rock Emperor's body. The limitless 10,000 demon disk above his head released a chilling demonic chi, causing many of the weaker Misty Heaven sect disciples to retreat, not daring to get close. Brother Blackrock, if I'm not mistaken, you're only a step away from breaking through to the Demon Lord realm. Yu Xian couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression when he felt the Black Rock Emperor's aura. That's right. In less than a year, I'll definitely step into the Demon Lord realm. After refining one life-severing ancestral root, the Black Rock Emperor's bottleneck had loosened. He was confident that he could use the second life-severing ancestral root to break through the bottleneck and break through to the Demon Lord realm. Sect Master, save me. I can swear to the heavens that there really isn't Senior Black Rock's life-severing ancestral tree. After knowing the Black Rock Emperor's strength, Shui Mingxian was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and begged. He was still in high spirits just a moment ago, but now he was reduced to such a state. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Yu Xian, if you don't want the ethereal heaven sect to suffer, hand him over to me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the ethereal heaven sect will disappear from the nihility zone within a year. The Black Rock Emperor threatened. Brother Blackrock, You're really putting me in a difficult position. Xue Mingxian was a disciple of the ethereal heaven sect. If he was in danger, Yu Xian couldn't back down. However, the Black Rock Emperor was no weaker than him. Moreover, the Black Demon clan's overall strength was much stronger than the ethereal heaven sect. If the Black Demon clan wanted to destroy the ethereal heaven sect, they wouldn't be able to stop them. I'm going to kill him today. I'd like to see who can stop me. The Black Rock Emperor lost his patience. The rolling, limitless 10,000 demon disc exploded with a shocking demonic aura. It evolved into a demonic phenomenon and attacked Yu Xian. Everyone back off. The Black Rock Emperor's strength was too terrifying. The limitless 10,000 demon disc was his strongest move. Yu Xian was afraid that everyone would be affected by this move. He defended himself while shouting loudly, "Ethereal wind and thunder technique." Yu Xian took a step forward. Terrifying wind and thunder Dao will surged out of his body. It quickly formed an extremely powerful wind and thunder Dao disc in front of him and met the limitless 10,000 demon disc. Boom! The two great Dao discs collided. The explosion caused the space to tremble violently. Terrifying waves of wind surged up, shaking the Snow Palace disciples and forcing them to dodge in panic. When the Dao Will discs became more and more intense, the Black Rock Emperor suddenly turned into an afterimage and tore through the destructive storm. He appeared beside Xue Mingxian, who was pale with fright and desperately dodging. He grabbed Xue Mingxuan's shoulder and easily subdued him. "Sect Master, save me." Xue Mingxian didn't expect the Black Rock Emperor to still have the strength to capture him after taking Yu Xian's attack head-on. He was scared out of his wits. "Yu Xian, I'm taking Xue Mingxian away. I hope you don't push me too far. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, the Black Rock Emperor turned into a huge rock shadow and flew out of the misty heavenly sect with Xue Mingxian, who was scared out of his wits. Soon, they disappeared into the chaotic void space, leaving everyone looking at each other. Chapter 1587. Sovereign, should we chase after them? The patriarch of the Xue family, Xue Shujun, whispered to the gloomy Yu Xian. August 1st Chinese network equals is almost equal to, less than or equal to. We can't afford to offend the Black Demon clan, and this Black Rock Emperor is no weaker than me. Even if I go to rescue him, I fear I won't be able to return to Mingxian. Yu Xian gently sighed. Whether or not he can survive will depend on his own good fortune. After Yu Xian finished speaking, he didn't stay in the Snow Palace's main hall for long. He rode a white cloud and left. After Yu Xian left, the three patriarchs of the Misty Heaven sect didn't stay either. They all left with their clansmen. The incomparably lively Snow Palace's main hall suddenly became cold and cheerless. As for the insufferably arrogant Xue Mingxian, who was about to reach the peak of his life, no one knew if he was alive or dead. This sudden turn of events made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. All right, everyone disperse. The position of Snow Palace Master can be discussed in the future. The old palace master sighed. He had never imagined this would happen. Jade, Snow Pavilion. Master, you said that today's events were related to junior apprentice Brother Chengfeng. Although Yi Qinfeng hadn't appeared today, Yulanxin had a feeling that the person behind all of this was related to Yi Qinfeng. Lanxin Hongxi, today's events are no trifling matter. Whether or not this is related to Qingfeng, you must not mention this matter again. Otherwise, you will bring disaster to Qingfeng and my Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Xue Piaomiao solemnly said. Yes, master, we understand. Yulanxin and Hongxi said in unison. Hongxi, if you see Qingfeng, tell him to come see me. I have something to say to him. Xue Piaomiao said. Yes, master. I will go find junior apprentice brother. Yulanxin and Hongxi left. Qingfeng, was this really done by you? If it wasn't you, How could there be such a coincidence? Xue Piamiao fell into deep thought. The more she thought about it, the more incredulous she felt it was. While the Misty Heaven sect was in an uproar in the mountains of the Misty Heaven sect, there was a black that was hard to see with the naked eye. This black dot was the universe mirror. Young Master Yi, I've caught Xue Mingxian. After returning to the universe realm, the Black Rock Emperor threw the unconscious Xue Mingxian onto the ground. Black Rock, you've done very well today. Continue cultivating and strive to break through to the one-star demon Lord Realm. Yi Qinfeng nodded and came to Xue Mingxuan's side. He summoned a large amount of cold water and sprayed it on Xue Mingxuan's face, waking him up from his coma. You, why is it you? When Xue Mingxian opened his eyes and saw Yi Qinfeng, his expression changed drastically. His face was filled with terror. Could it be that you're behind all of this? Xue Mingxian, you're very smart. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, I was the one who asked the Black Rock Emperor to capture you. I was also the one who killed your nephew, Xue Qi. You, who the hell are you? Xue Mingxian was very clear about how terrifying the Black Rock Emperor was. He could not imagine that Yi Qinfeng could actually command the Black Rock Emperor to deal with him. Xue Mingxian, you're about to die. What's the use of knowing so much? Could it be that you're thinking of going to the underworld to complain? Yi Qinfeng sneered and said mockingly, Yi Qinfeng, so it's all my fault. I beg you to let me go. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Xue Mingxian was really afraid. In order to live, he disregarded his dignity and knelt on the ground, constantly begging for mercy. Xue Mingxian, you think too highly of yourself. You're not worthy of serving me. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Before you die, you'd better fight me like a man. That way, even if you die, you won't be a coward. You, my patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't make a move, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yi Qinfeng said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. Boom! Xue Mingxian looked viciously at Yi Qinfeng and suddenly attacked at close range. Xue Mingxian used all his strength in this attack. It was also a sudden attack that was impossible to guard against. However, in the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng was the absolute ruler. In here, even the Black Rock Emperor might not be a match for him. Kacha kacha! A deep crack appeared in front of Xue Mingxian. Yi Qinfeng cut open the space with one hand and blocked Xue Mingxuan's attack. In the next moment, Xue Mingxuan's vision blurred. Yi Qinfeng sped up the flow of time and appeared in front of him. He punched Xue Mingxuan's chest and instantly exploded with over 1 billion kilograms of force. Xue Mingxian was sent flying dozens of meters away and crashed heavily on the ground. One-star Dao Emperor, you've been hiding your strength. Xue Mingxuan's heart trembled when he sensed Yi Qinfeng's true strength. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to hide his strength so deeply that he was completely suppressed. Xue Mingxian, I have to say that you talk too much. With that, a sword light flashed under Yi Qinfeng's feet as he continued to attack Xue Mingxian fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds echoed in the universe realm. Yi Qinfeng used the power of the universe to send Xue Mingxian flying again and again. Xue Mingxuan's body was smashed into a bloody mess, and he finally fainted. God-Eater Brain, Soul Search. With the power of the God-Eater Brain, Yi Qinfeng searched Xue Mingxuan's soul, hoping to find out some secrets of the Ethereal Heaven sect. As expected, all of this is for the Ethereal Sword Codex. After the soul search, Yi Qinfeng crushed Xue Mingxuan's head with a gloomy face. He had no sense of belonging to the Ethereal Heaven sect. If it wasn't for the sword principle, he wouldn't have joined. So, if the Xue family continued to target him, he wouldn't be a sitting duck. Ethereal Heaven sect, I hope you don't force me. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. At the heart of the storm, Yi Qinfeng stayed in the universe realm to cultivate. After more than 10 days, the huge storm gradually dissipated. Only then did he quietly leave the universe realm and return to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Qinfeng, you're finally back. Master has been looking for you all this time. Yi Qinfeng had just returned to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion, and Hong, she was the first to know. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's delicate face, Hong, she felt an inexplicable sense of reverence in her heart. Through Yi Qinfeng's strange disappearance for more than 10 days, Hong, she had confirmed many of her guesses. I'll go see the pavilion master now. Yi Qinfeng smiled at Hong Shi, who was deep in thought, and went to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion to visit Xue Piaomiao. Is Xue Mingxian dead? Seeing Yi Qinfeng walk in, Xue Piaomiao sealed the room, looked straight at him, and suddenly asked, He should be dead. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, Qinfeng, if you didn't come from the same world as me and just ascended to the heaven realm, I would have suspected your intentions. Xue, Piaomiao sighed softly and said, But I still want to thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me and the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Pavilion Master, you think I did that? Yi Qinfeng asked with a smile. Isn't it? Xue Piaomiao showed a rare smile and asked gracefully, Pavilion Master, without Xue Mingxian, the Palace Master of the Snow Immortal Pavilion, should be in your bag. Yi Qinfeng changed the topic. No, we still don't know who'll become the Palace Master of the Snow Immortal Pavilion. Because of the order of the Xue family's patriarch, the Palace Master of the Snow Immortal Pavilion will be in the upcoming Heavenly Pagoda trial. The disciples of the 4 pavilions who have the best results in the trial will be the Palace Master of the Snow Immortal Pavilion. Xue Piaomiao shook her head and said, But Xue Mingxian and Xue Tan are dead. The strongest Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion no longer has a chance. The Palace Master of the Snow Immortal Pavilion will be one of the 3 pavilions. P.S. My WeChat account is full, 5 updates. I want to cry a lot. My public account, Y1TY83, asking for a red packet. Chapter 1588. Heavenly Pagoda Trial Pavilion Master. When will the Heavenly Pagoda trial begin? Will Wen Dai and I have the qualifications to participate? Yi Qinfeng asked. He had learned about the Heavenly Pagoda trial from Xue Mingxuan's soul searching and was very interested in it. There is still more than a year before the Heavenly Pagoda trial. As long as you are under 1,000 years old and have reached the Tao, sovereign realm or above, you are eligible to participate. Xue Piaomiao said, However, it is not easy to obtain a good result in the Heavenly Pagoda trial. I have participated in the Heavenly Pagoda trial several times in the past, and my best result was only the 4th floor. Pavilion Master, can you lend me some contribution points? I want to go to the Gravity Star to cultivate for another year and make a breakthrough in the Cripple world. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, Although Yi Qinfeng had broken through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm, he felt that the Heavenly Pagoda trial was not simple. He wanted to use the remaining time to refine the several mid-grade Saint True Spirit pills and make another breakthrough. Qinfeng, give me your identity token. I will give you 500,000 points. Xue Piaomiao generously gave Yi Qinfeng 500,000 points to repay Yi Qinfeng's kindness. With these points, it was enough for Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy to cultivate on the gravity planet for another year. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. I will go to the Gravity Star to cultivate. If Pavilion Master encounters any trouble, remember to inform me immediately. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng left the Azure Snow Pavilion. Yi Qinfeng, who are you? Xue Piaomiao suddenly felt that she could not see through Yi Qinfeng. She was certain that the sudden appearance of the Black Rock Emperor was related to him. After leaving the Azure Snow Pavilion, Yi Qinfeng summoned an immortal crane and was about to head to the Gravity Star to cultivate when a blue figure suddenly appeared beside him. Third senior sister, are you looking for me? Looking at the cold yet beautiful Yulanqin, Yi Chen-fong revealed a faint smile. Junior brother Yi, thank you. Yu Lanqin revealed a rare smile and said in a pleasant voice, You're welcome. Yi Chen-fong replied with a smile. Although the two of them didn't point it out, they didn't say anything. Back on the gravity star, Yi Chen-fong extended Xia Wendy's cultivation for another year. Then he stepped on the heavy gravity star and rushed towards the core area of the gravity star at an extremely fast speed. When he tore through the increasing spatial pressure and approached the core area of the gravity planet, the cold voice sounded again. Yi Chen-fong, I've really offended you. I didn't expect you to be related to such a shady person. Why does senior sister say that? Yi Chen-fong said calmly as he looked at the hole that was covered in a thick layer of dust. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. The cold voice said, Yi Chen-fong, I think you owe me a favor. Yes, if senior sister has any instructions in the future, as long as Chen-fong can do it, I won't hesitate. Yi Chen-fong nodded. What if I say that I want to read the Misty Sword Mantra? The ice-cold voice asked. Of course you can. As Yi Chen-fong spoke, he took out a jade slip that flowed with a white light from the universe mirror. I've already recorded the Misty Sword Mantra in this jade slip. I'll lend it to senior sister for a year. Yi Chen-fong didn't hesitate. He waved his right hand, and the jade slip, an arrow pierced through the over 1 billion genes of spatial pressure and flew into the hole. You've completely comprehended the Misty Sword Mantra? The ice-cold voice was a bit surprised. And you trust me so much? If Yi Chen-fong could still remember the Misty Sword Mantra, that was enough to prove that he had completely comprehended the Misty Sword Mantra. I've completely comprehended it, but I'm limited. If I want to display the true might of the Misty Sword Mantra, I'm still far from it. Yi Chen-fong nodded. And I only lent the Misty Sword Mantra to senior sister to repay your kindness. There's no other reason. I, Shui Xuan, never take advantage of others. I'll give you this blood dragon ginseng emperor. As she spoke, a brocade box with powerful restrictions flew out and shot towards Yi Chen-fong. Shui Xuan, the #1 genius of the Shui clan. When Yi Chen-fong searched Shui Xuan's soul, he knew the name Shui Xuan. He knew that she could be considered a legend of the Shui clan and was also known as the #1 genius of the Shui clan. She had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and had already reached the 4-star Tao Emperor realm. This kind of result was rarely seen in the entire heaven region. The #1 genius is just an empty title. If you don't step into the Tao Lord realm, you don't deserve to be called a genius. Shui Xuan said. Her voice revealed the determination to pursue the supreme Tao. Senior sister, I'm going to cultivate. I'll see you in the Heaven Pagoda trial. After speaking, Yi Chen-fong endured the terrifying spatial pressure and continued to walk towards the core area of the gravity star. When he arrived at the core area of the gravity star with heavy steps, he stopped and sat down heavily on the ground. He took out a mid-grade True Spirit Saint pill and swallowed it. He circulated the soul-devouring art and quickly refined it. The mid-grade True Spirit Saint pill exploded in his body and immediately emitted a majestic medicinal efficacy. However, under the terrifying spatial pressure, the medicinal efficacy of the mid-grade True Spirit Saint pill didn't leak out at all. It was completely suppressed into his body and rapidly increased his strength. Time passed day by day. Yi Chen-fong endured the close to 2 billion spatial pressure and cultivated bitterly for more than half a year. He refined all the mid-grade True Spirit Saint pills that he had exchanged and merged them into his body. However, because his foundation was too deep and he had refined all the mid-grade True Spirit Saint pills, his strength only increased to the peak of the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. He was unable to tear open the bottleneck and break through to the 2-star Tao Emperor realm. It seems like it's impossible to break through to the 2-star Tao Emperor realm before the trial. The difficulty of breaking through to the 2-star Tao Emperor realm was beyond Yi Qinfeng's imagination. Since he couldn't break through, Yi Qinfeng could only take a step back and try to break through to the 4th firmament mystic body realm to increase his physical strength. I wonder if the blood dragon Ginseng Emperor can help me cultivate to the 4th firmament mystic body realm. Yi Qinfeng opened the seal on the brocade box and saw a finger-sized ginseng that was shaped like a heavenly dragon. It contained a powerful blood essence energy. This Ginseng Emperor was the best treasure for tempering one's body. It was something that could only be found by chance. Yi Qinfeng endured the heavy pressure and simply adjusted his breathing for a while before swallowing the blood dragon Ginseng Emperor. He circulated the God Transformation 9 transformations and quickly refined the blood essence energy in it into the Shun K meridian at his navel. It accelerated the transformation of the astral pearl in the Shun K meridian. The Heaven Pagoda trial was getting closer and closer. The disciples of the Ethereal Heavens sect grasped the limited time and cultivated with all their might. They all wanted to break through before the trial and achieve good results. Xia Wendy had been cultivating on the gravity planet for more than 2 years. With the help of the life-severing ancestral roots, spirituality, she had successfully broken through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. Her strength had increased by more than 10 times. Although Yi Qinfeng hadn't broken through to the 2-star Tao Emperor realm, he had refined the blood dragon Ginseng Emperor Shui Yishuan gave him and successfully cultivated to the 4th firmament mystic body realm. His physical strength had reached an astonishing one. For Billion Jean, the toughness of his physical body was comparable to the toughest high-grade saint artifact. It's time to come out. After cultivating to the 4th firmament mystic body realm, Yi Qinfeng calculated the time. There were only a few days before the Heaven Pagoda trial. He stopped cultivating and found Xia Wendy, who was trying her best to stabilize her 1-star Tao Emperor realm. The two of them left the gravity planet. Remember the website address. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1589. The Heavenly Pagoda trial was the grandest trial of the Misty Heaven sect. It was held once every 100 years. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy had just joined the Misty Heaven sect and had encountered the Heavenly Pagoda trial. Many people envied their luck. Qinfeng, Wendy, how did you cultivate? In a short year, you went from a 1-star Tao sovereign to a 6-star Tao sovereign. Feeling Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's strength, Shui Piaomiao felt as if she were in a dream. She had never seen or heard of such an astonishing cultivation speed. But what she didn't know was that Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy had suppressed their realms. Their true strength had reached the level of a 1-star Tao Emperor, and Yi Qinfeng's combat strength had even surpassed hers. Our realms rose so quickly because we had a fortuitous encounter in the suicide forest. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and vaguely said, "No matter what, with your age and strength, you will definitely obtain a good ranking in the Heavenly Pagoda trial. Perhaps you will have a chance to borrow the power of the Heavenly Pagoda to take that difficult step and break through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm." Thinking of the secrets Yi Qinfeng was hiding, Shui Piaomiao didn't ask any more questions. However, with Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy, as well as Yulanxin and Hongxi, Shui Piaomiao felt that the other 3 pavilions wouldn't be able to compete with the Blue Snow Celestial Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the Heavenly Pagoda trial can directly increase one's strength. Xia Wendy's eyes brightened. Yes, the Heavenly Pagoda has a total of 9 floors. The first 6 floors have different levels of Heavenly Soul. Every time you kill a Heavenly Soul, you will obtain a wisp of pure Heavenly Soul force. The higher the level of the Heavenly Soul you kill, the higher the level of Heavenly Soul force you will obtain. In the past, I took the most difficult step in the Heavenly Pagoda and broke through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. Shui Piaomiao nodded. What are the tests in the last 3 floors? Xia Wendy didn't understand the Heavenly Pagoda trial, so she curiously asked. The The 7th and 8th floors of the Sky Tower are tests of Tao intent. If you can pass them, you can directly upgrade your Tao intent. As for the most difficult 9th floor, it is the test of the Sky Tower's weapon spirit. However, in the history of our Misty Heaven sect, only 3 people have stepped into the 9th floor of the Sky Tower, and only 1 person passed the test of the weapon spirit and received the ultimate reward, Shui Piao Miao slowly explained. Pavilion Master, what is the ultimate reward of the heavenly pagoda? Yi Qinfeng asked. Rumor has it that the ultimate reward of the heavenly tower is the purest heavenly soul curtain. Back then, the ancestor who passed the test relied on his strong physical body to withstand the heavenly soul's power for 3 days and 3 nights, and directly advanced by 3 levels. Shui Piao Miao said, and that ancestor also became a legend of our Misty Heaven sect. In the end, he stepped into the Tao God realm and brought glory to our Misty Heaven sect. All right, it's almost time. Let's go to the Tower of Trials. After saying that, Shui Piao Miao summoned more than 10 holy cranes and led the 13 disciples who were qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tower's trial to the core area of the Misty Heaven sect. When the holy cranes passed through the layers of restrictions and flew into the depths of the mountains, a black iron tower that reached into the clouds appeared in everyone's eyes. This black tower was the first heavy monument of the Misty Heaven sect, the heavenly tower that had been passed down for countless years. Come, let's go and pay a visit to the clan leader. After landing at the bottom of the heavenly tower, Shui Piao Miao immediately led Yi Qinfeng and the others to pay a visit to the clan leader of the Shui family, Shui Shujun. Piao Miao and the disciples pay our respects to the clan leader. Shui Piao Miao respectfully bowed in front of Shui Shujun, who was wearing a long white robe and had a few strands of white hair on her head. Yi Qinfeng, we meet again. When Yi Qinfeng followed Shui Piao Miao and bowed, a cold voice entered his ears. Yi Qinfeng raised his head and saw a woman who was about the same height as him. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were like cold stars. Yulan Xan gave off a very cold feeling. But when Yi Qinfeng saw her, he discovered that she was even colder than Yulan Xan. She gave off an unapproachable feeling. Senior apprentice sister, Yi Xian, how are you? Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled, neither arrogant nor humble. Yi Qinfeng, Yi Xian has told me of the kindness you have shown her. For you to have such courage is truly beyond my expectations. No matter what results you achieve in this heavenly tower trial, I will grant you a lucky chance. Shui Shujun cast a glance at Yi Qinfeng and promised. Thank you, clan leader. Yi Qinfeng calmly said. Shui Shujun couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Wang. As they spoke, an ear-piercing sword cry sounded from below the heavenly tower. A man wearing a white martial arts robe and standing on a great sword flew over. He gave off an unrestrained feeling. Seeing this man, Shui Yixian's pupils shrank. Obviously, even with Shui Yixian's talent and strength, this man was a taboo. Yu Jianfeng, the son of my Misty Heaven sect sovereign. He is known as the #1 genius of the Misty Heaven sect. He has cultivated for over 700 years and has reached the peak of the 4-star Tao Emperor realm. Yi Qinfeng looked at the man from afar. Yulan Xian's voice entered his ears. Yi Qinfeng smelled a deep sense of danger from Yu Jianfeng. He felt that with his current strength and foundation, he definitely wasn't Yu Jianfeng's match. Yu Jianfeng, you came early. Just when everyone's gazes were attracted by Yu Jianfeng, a deep voice exploded in the sky. The strength of the voice shook the souls of many disciples who were not strong enough, and there were even some disciples whose ears were shaken to the point of bleeding. His name is Feng Yanggu, an extreme genius of the Feng clan, although he has also cultivated to the 4-star Tao Emperor realm. He is much older than senior apprentice Brother Yu and senior apprentice Sister Shui. he has cultivated for over 900 years. Also, this person is very difficult to deal with. Senior apprentice brother Yi Qinfeng. Try not to clash with him. Yu Lan Xin transmitted to Yi Qinfeng again. Third, senior apprentice sister, the number 1 genius of the Hua clan. Is she also a 4-star Dao Emperor? To cultivate for less than 1,000 years and break through to the 4-star Dao Emperor realm. This level of talent was at the peak of the heaven realm. No, senior apprentice sister Hua, she is the youngest and is a 3-star Dao Emperor. However, her talent is extremely terrifying. Some people say that in the near future, she will become the number 1 expert of the Misty Heaven sect. There is an extremely high chance that she will break through to the Dao Lord realm. Yulan Xin transmitted. It seems that the Misty Heaven sect isn't as weak as we thought. If all these rising stars rise up, the overall strength of the Misty Heaven sect will increase by a large amount. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect the top geniuses of the 4 great clans of the Misty Heaven sect to be so terrifying. If nothing unexpected happened, the Misty Heaven sect would rise up. As time passed, the disciples of the 4 great clans of the Misty Heaven sect, who had the qualifications to enter the Heaven Pagoda, had all arrived. They stood orderly in front of the Heaven Pagoda, waiting in silence for the Heaven Pagoda to open. At this moment, a dark-skinned old man in a black robe with no expression on his face appeared in the void. He glanced at the disciples who were ready and announced loudly, "The 10-year trial of the Heavenly Pagoda has begun. All disciples can bring 3 supreme, sacred artifacts into the pagoda." Remember the website. San Wu Chinese Network. Chapter 1590. Rumble. A series of deafening booms resounded throughout the entire misty, immortal mountain. The doors of the 8-sided sky pagoda, which were hundreds of feet tall, opened at the same time. A powerful aura emanated from the sky pagoda. "Let's go in." Shui Yishuan, the number 1 genius of the Shui family, took the lead and rushed into the sky pagoda. Yi Qinfeng and the others followed closely behind, disappearing into the sky pagoda's gate. Your bone age is less than 100 years. The difficulty of the trial is low. As soon as Yi Qinfeng entered the mysterious sky pagoda, a powerful voice rang in his ears. Shui Mingshuan's soul memory was correct. The difficulty of the sky pagoda was based on one's bone age. The older one's bone age was, the more difficult the trial would be. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were younger, so they had a lot of advantages. Well, the space of this sky pagoda is so magical. I'm the only one here. Yi Qinfeng looked around the space of the sky pagoda and found that it was empty. He was the only one here. He was amazed by the treasure controlled by the ethereal heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng looked at the huge mountains in the distance and summoned his sword wings without hesitation. He flew over at an extremely fast speed to look for prey. As soon as he flew into the lush forest, the god-eating brain, which was deducing at an extremely fast speed, sensed a strong soul fluctuation in a valley in front of him. He immediately sped up and flew over. "Heavenly soul, this is a heavenly soul." As Yi Qinfeng flew into the valley, he saw at least 20 heavenly souls who were covered in black scales, had 2 horns on their heads, and a pair of bat wings on their backs. As the difficulty level of Yi Qinfeng's challenge was relatively low, the heavenly souls on the first level were all 1-star Dao Masters. They posed no threat to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Qinfeng's wings flapped violently and intertwined with sharp sword radiance. He rushed into the group of heavenly souls and started to fight fiercely. Streaks of sharp sword radiance shot out from the sword wings. They were like sword shadows that flowed at an extremely fast speed. They sliced through space and continuously killed the heavenly souls that approached them. Every time he killed a heavenly soul, a wave of pure heavenly soul power would enter his body through his pores, making him feel very comfortable. What pure energy! The energy contained in this heavenly soul is actually even purer than the true spirit, Holy Dan. There are no impurities at all. When Yi Qin Feng used the soul-devouring art to refine the heavenly soul power, he easily refined the heavenly soul power that had entered his body. During the refining process, his strength also increased. This allowed him to experience the benefits of the heavenly pagoda's trial. In just over 10 breaths, the 23 heavenly souls had been killed by Yi Qin Feng like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Meanwhile, 23 shining stars appeared in his identity token at any time. Once the number of stars in the identity token reached 100, it would be able to generate a strong teleportation power that would send him directly to the second level of the heavenly pagoda. The space of the heavenly pagoda was vast and boundless, but under the rapid deduction of the God-devouring brain, he easily discovered the heavenly souls hidden in the heavenly pagoda. Although most of these heavenly souls lived in groups, Yi Qin Feng's numbers were much, much greater than theirs. In less than 3 days, Yi Qin Feng had killed 100 heavenly souls and successfully teleported to the second level of the heavenly pagoda. The strength of the heavenly souls in the second level of the heavenly pagoda had reached the level of a 3-star Tao Master, but they were still unable to pose a threat to Yi Qin Feng. Moreover, when Yi Qin Feng exploded with astonishing strength and destroyed one 3-star heavenly soul after another, the heavenly soul power that he obtained was even stronger and purer. He had a feeling that if he could kill his way to the 5th or 6th level of the heavenly pagoda, his strength should be able to reach the level of a 2-star Tao Master. Time passed day by day. Yi Qin Feng did not know exhaustion and killed crazily in the heavenly pagoda. He continuously killed heavenly souls and increased his strength. About a month had passed, and Yi Qin Feng, who was astonishingly powerful, stepped into the 5th level of the heavenly pagoda. The strength of the heavenly souls here had reached the level of a 1-star Tao Emperor, which gave him quite a bit of trouble. Phew, the difficulty has increased by so much. Yi Qin Feng concealed his aura and hid on an ancient tree that was more than 100 feet tall. When he looked at a valley filled with strange rocks, he realized that there were more than 20 heavenly souls in the valley. However, these heavenly souls had reached the level of a 1-star Tao Emperor. Although Yi Qin Feng's strength could easily kill a 1-star Tao Emperor heavenly soul, he could not withstand the attacks of more than 21-star Tao Emperors at the same time. It seems like I have to put in some effort. Yi Qin Feng took a deep breath and decided to attack with all his strength at the first moment. If he could kill the heavenly souls after 5 breaths, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to quickly retreat and not give these heavenly souls a chance to attack him. After making the decision, Yi Qin Feng summoned the 9 dragons' jade annulus and hid it in his palm. His entire body turned into a shocking sword shadow and charged towards the group of heavenly souls. Screech, screech, screech. When they sensed Yi Qin Feng's aura, the heavenly souls that were floating in midair and in deep slumber were awakened. They let out ear-piercing screeches and interweaved with frightening Tao intent. They were like resplendent stars that filled the sky as they attacked Yi Qin Feng. 9 dragons, jade annulus, cut off the space. Faced with the attacks of more than 20 heavenly souls, Yi Qin Feng immediately burned his primordial bloodline. While rapidly increasing his strength, he controlled the 9 dragons' jade annulus to continuously expand and cut off the space to defend against the attacks. When the 9 dragons' jade annulus was sent flying by the combined attacks of more than 20 heavenly souls, Yi Qin Feng suddenly sped up the flow of time by 4 times. He collided with a heavenly soul that was several dozen feet tall and looked like a giant at an astonishing speed. More than 4 billion kilograms of strength exploded from his body. The terrifying strength easily crushed this heavenly soul and smashed him into pieces. Then golden sword spirits flew out of his soul sea and interweaved with dazzling golden sword radiance. They instantly pierced through the heads of 2 heavenly souls and killed them. True spirit fighting dragon fist. After killing 3 1-star Emperor-level heavenly souls, Yi Chen-feng did not retreat. 4 black-level Tao diagrams appeared in his body. He deduced his Tao intent and power to the extreme and transformed into a terrifying true spirit. He unleashed streaks of earth-shattering fist radiance that could kill true dragons and bombarded the heavenly souls that were attacking him with all their might. Waves of intense explosions rang out. Yi Chen-feng unleashed the true spirit fighting dragon fist and killed another 2 emperor-level heavenly souls. He used the rules of space to cut off the space and weaken the streaks of terrifying attacks. He retrieved the 9 dragons' jade annulus and flew out of the mountain valley at an extremely fast speed. When Yi Chen-feng left the mountain valley at an extremely fast speed, more than 10 furious heavenly souls did not chase after him. Instead, they roared furiously at Yi Chen-feng at the entrance of the mountain valley. "I've killed 5 heavenly souls. However, these heavenly souls already know of my existence. If I want to kill all of them, I'm afraid that it will take some time." Looking at the 18 heavenly souls with terrifying auras that caused the space to tremble, Yi Chen-feng hid in the dense forest. He activated the soul-devouring art and quickly refined the pure, heavenly soul power that had just entered his body. "The bottleneck of my realm has cracked." When Yi Chen-feng refined 5 streaks of heavenly soul power, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that cracks had appeared in the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through. This made him wild with joy. He waited for an opportunity to continue killing emperor-level heavenly souls and try his best to become a 2-star Tao Arch. P.S. Tears Clouds has decided to post a picture of Yi Chen-feng this Sunday. If you want to see Yi Chen-feng's appearance, please add me to your WeChat account, YLTY83, or you can only search for Tears Clouds. Don't miss it. Remember the website address. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1591. Divine Ability Mirror Image. After refining 5 strands of heavenly soul power, Yi Chen-feng did not waste any time. He created a mirror image and charged into the valley with the 9 dragon jade annulus. It immediately attracted the attention of the 18 heavenly souls. They exploded with powerful heavenly soul power and attacked him fiercely. Primordial bloodline ignition. Sacred blood pearl fusion. Sacred fire triple transformation. The moment the mirror image attracted the attacks, Yi Chen-feng used his final trump card. He used his 3rd top-grade sacred treasure, the sacred blood pearl, to raise his strength to the maximum. He flapped his powerful sword wings and charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Misty Sword Manual, Misty Sword Technique. Yi Chen-feng deduced his Tao will to the maximum. His golden sword spirit flew out of his soul sea and slashed out. The entire space seemed to stop. The sword light merged with the power of the entire space. It was like a crack in space as it slashed at the 18 emperor-level heavenly souls. Bang, bang, bang. 3 emperor-level heavenly souls who could not dodge in time were hit by the misty sword. Their bodies shattered like glass, turning into 3 strands of pure heavenly soul power that entered Yi Chen-feng's body. Boundless 3-foot sword. After burning his primordial blood, Yi Chen-feng possessed an endless amount of Tao power. He did not care about the exhaustion of his body and continued to unleash the 3-foot divine sword that had evolved the great Tao. He attacked the nearest emperor-level heavenly soul and split him in half. 9 dragon jade annulus return. After killing 4 emperor-level heavenly souls, Yi Chen-feng did not continue fighting. He retrieved the 9 dragon jade annulus and had his mirror image block with all his strength. He successfully retreated from the valley and continued to refine the 4 strands of pure heavenly soul power in his body. While Yi Chen-feng patiently killed emperor-level heavenly souls on the 5th level of the Sky Pagoda, Xia Wendy relied on the strength of a 1-star Tao Emperor to successfully enter the 5th level. However, Xia Wendy's foundation was far inferior to Yi Chen-feng's. She did not know how to create a mirror image. Thus, She encountered a lot of trouble on the 5th level. She tried many times but could not kill an Emperor-level heavenly soul. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng was extremely patient. He used his mirror clone to launch sneak attacks and continuously killed the heavenly souls in the mountain valley. After 7 days of hard work, all the Emperor-level heavenly souls in the Heaven Valley had been killed by him. After refining more than 20 wisps of heavenly soul power, more and more cracks appeared on the bottleneck of his cultivation level. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 2-star Dao Dharch realm. After killing all the Emperor-level heavenly souls in the valley, Yi Qinfeng adjusted his breathing for a while and recovered from his injuries. Then he continued to search for other Emperor-level heavenly souls on the 5th level. What's up ahead? While Yi Qinfeng was controlling the God-Eater brain to deduce, he could faintly sense a powerful aura in the forest in front of him. This aura was so strong that it surpassed that of a 1-star Dao Emperor. It seemed to have reached the standard of a 2-star Dao Emperor. Strange. Why would there be a 2-star Dao Emperor's heaven soul on the 5th level of the Sky Pagoda? Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of surprise as he muttered to himself. Filled with curiosity, Yi Qinfeng summoned his sword wings and flew over at an extremely fast speed. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's approach, this 2-star Dao Emperor's heaven soul suddenly flew into the distance in an attempt to shake off Yi Qinfeng. Interesting. Sensing that the 2-star Dao Emperor's heaven soul had suddenly escaped, Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate. He instantly ignited his primordial bloodline and increased his speed to catch up. With the primordial bloodline and the sword wings, Yi Qinfeng's flying speed continued to increase. He gradually closed the distance between him and the 2-star Dao Emperor's heaven soul. What is that, a rock? After passing through the sea of trees, Yi Qinfeng saw a huge rock in front of him. It was running with 2 legs exposed. The God-Eater brain had sensed that this was the 2-star Dao Emperor. Horizontal sword slash. Locking his gaze on this running rock, Yi Qinfeng's body emitted a powerful sword intent. Like a shooting star that streaked across the sky, he stabbed towards the rock at an extremely fast speed. Tisk! Yi Qinfeng turned his body into a sword and stabbed the horizontal sword slash ruthlessly on this huge rock. Sparks surged out from the surface of the rock. Such a tough body. Yi Qinfeng realized that this rock had only a sword mark on its surface after being attacked by his horizontal sword slash. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the rock. 2 arms that were as thick as water buckets broke out of the rock and blasted towards Yi Qinfeng with a force of billions of kilograms. It wanted to crush Yi Qinfeng, who dared to attack it. 9 transformations, divine transformation. Facing the Rockman's attack, Yi Qinfeng continued to attack. He raised his strength to the limit and burst forth with over 4 billion kilograms of strength. He clashed head-on with the Rockman's fists that were even bigger than his body. Boom! The 2 fists that were filled with billions of kilograms of strength clashed together. There was an earth-shattering sound, which caused the ancient trees around them to shatter into pieces and scatter in the air. Your strength is nothing more than this. After clashing head-on with the Rockman's attack, Yi Qinfeng realized that the Rockman's strength was slightly weaker than his own. He revealed an unruly smile and pushed his physical strength to the limit, clashing with the Rockman with absolute strength. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them clashed head-on, creating an astonishing explosive force in the entire space. The terrifying sound was like a divine bell that appeared between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and earth. Sacred fire, triple transformation. After clashing with hundreds of attacks, Yi Qinfeng suddenly ignited the sacred fire triple transformation, further increasing his attack power. He borrowed the power of the sacred fire to shatter the Rockman's tough body. After about 30 minutes, Yi Qinfeng's body was bleeding profusely from the intense battle. Meanwhile, the Rockman's body was covered with cracks, and one of its arms was severely damaged. Yi Qinfeng and the Rockman's injuries continued to worsen. but neither of them had any intention of giving up. They continued to clash head-on, neither showing any signs of weakness. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the golden battle soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's soul sea when the grand mist bloodlines amplification effect began to fade. It slashed towards the stone golem at close range. The astonishing attack power sent the stone golem flying, leaving a deep sword wound on its chest. 9 Dragon Jade Wall, kill it for me. The rock man was heavily injured. Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any more time. He summoned the 9 Dragon Jade Wall and controlled the 4 Dao diagrams to fuse into the Jade Wall. He condensed 9 wild dragons that bombarded the rock man. At the same time, the Golden Sword Soul, which had an even stronger attack power, began to fiercely attack. Finally, before the effects of the Grand Mist bloodline disappeared, the Rockman, who had no strength to resist, shattered. 2 wisps of pure and powerful heavenly soul force broke through its shattered body and drilled into Yi Qinfeng's body. Soul-devouring art refine. Sensing the strength of these 2 wisps of heavenly soul force, Yi Qinfeng immediately circulated the soul-devouring art and refined them quickly, charging towards the 2-star Dao Emperor realm. Kacha-kacha! Clear cracks constantly appeared in Yi Qinfeng's cultivation bottleneck. The 2-star Dao Emperor's power flowed into his body bit by bit. Yi Qinfeng spent 2 days to refine these 2 wisps of heavenly soul force. He broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm. Chapter 1592. Time flew by and soon a year had passed. 8, 1. Chinese, 1. X8, 1 XC. Come, in this year, Yi Qinfeng, who had broken through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm, successfully killed 100 Emperor-ranked heavenly souls, gathered enough space teleportation power, and entered the 6th level of the Sky Pagoda. The moment he stepped into the 6th level, his name appeared on a jade-like, smooth wall of light outside the Sky Pagoda. Immediately, the entire Misty Heaven sect fell into a huge shock, and this news spread like a hurricane through the entire Misty Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng, this name is so familiar. I feel like I've heard it before. Are you stupid? Back then, the person who obtained the supreme grade, true spirit saint art at the imparting cliff was called Yi Qinfeng. So it's him. I remember that he just joined our ethereal heaven sect, and his strength was only at the 4-star Dao Saint realm. How did he have the strength to kill 100 Emperor-ranked heavenly souls, be the first to step into the 6th level, and suppress Senior Brother Yu, Senior Sister Shui, and the others? How can someone who can obtain the recognition of the imparting heavenly wall be a normal person? I didn't expect our ethereal heaven sect to give birth to another peerless genius. There's hope for our rise. Looking at the name that appeared on the wall of light, everyone present started to whisper. Many people were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's results, and many people revealed looks of jealousy. Clan leader Shui, what is Yi Qinfeng's background? Ethereal Heaven sect leader Yuxian looked at Yi Qinfeng's name and called the Shui clan leader Shui Shujun over. I don't know much about Yi Qinfeng, but he is Piamiao's disciple. I'll call Piamiao over now. As he spoke, Shui Shujun ordered someone to call Shui Piamiao over. Piamiao greets sect leader, clan leaders, and elders. The elegant Shui Piamiao bowed deeply to Yuxian and the others and said respectfully, "No need for formalities." Yuxian said in a low voice, "Misty, let me ask you, what is the background of this Yi Qinfeng? Where did he come from? Is he reliable?" "Don't worry, sect master. Chengfeng is very reliable." Shui Piamiao reported, "He is the same as me. We both ascended from the lower realm." Ascenders from the lower realms. Knowing Yi Qinfeng's identity, Yuxian and the others were even more shocked. An ascender from the lower realm has such heaven-defying talent? He actually defeated all the geniuses of the Misty Heaven sect? A beautiful woman in embroidered Taoist robes with light makeup on her face said. She looked to be in her 30s and gave off a charming and enchanting feeling. She was the head of the Hua clan, the person in charge of the Misty Heaven Sect's resources, Hua Zing. Piao Miao, according to what you know, how long did this Yi Chin Feng and that Xia Wendy cultivate? Did they ascend to the heaven realm? Yu Xian pondered for a moment before asking. Less than 100 years. Shui Piao Miao said honestly, less than 100 years. Everyone from the Misty Heaven sect sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, they did not know what words to use to describe their feelings at this moment. The lower realm was different from the heaven realm. Whether it was the environment or the resources, it was far behind the heaven realm. However, to be able to tear open the gate of the heaven realm and ascend to the heaven realm in less than 100 years was definitely a rare genius. Piao Miao, before the trial, what realm did Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy reach? Yu Xian concealed the light in his eyes and asked. Before the trial, the two of them had just broken through to the realm of 6-star Tao Masters on the Gravity Planet. Shui Piao Miao said, What? 6-star Tao Masters? Hua Ziying lost her composure and said, If I remember correctly, Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy were only 4-star Tao Saints when they obtained the Misty Sword Codex and the Soaring Heaven Codex at the Preaching Cliff, respectively. Yes, Shui Piao Miao nodded and said, I didn't expect their realms to rise so quickly. This, in just a few years, to break through from 4-star Tao Saints to 6-star Tao Masters. This is a bit impossible, Hua Ziying said doubtfully. For some peerless geniuses, breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water. Moreover, Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy are definitely hiding a big secret. I'm afraid that they are not ordinary ascenders. Yu Xian's deep eyes shone brightly. Sect leader, you're saying that there's something wrong with them. The dark-skinned Feng Mulan, the clan leader of the Feng clan, said with a serious expression. I can't say for sure. Yu Xian shook his head and said, I just think that they might be related to some big shots. Clan leader, you mean they might be the descendants of some big shot from the heaven realm or the void god realm? Lord Shui Shu understood the deeper meaning of Yu Xian's words. That's right. To be able to rise in such a short period of time, in addition to terrifying talent, they also need great opportunities. Such opportunities are rare in the lower realm, so I suspect that they might be the descendants of some big shot in the lower realm. Yu Xian nodded and said, That's indeed possible. Hua Ziying said, The ancient war changed the void god realm and even the heaven realm. Many big shots went into seclusion, and some even sealed their descendants and sent them to various realms. Perhaps their identities might be, as you say, sect leader. Now that I think about it, that's indeed possible. If an ordinary person obtained a top-quality, true spirit saint art, they definitely wouldn't share it with outsiders. However, that Yi Chinfeng very generously gave the cultivation chant of the top-quality, true spirit saint art to Yishuan. Just this courage alone is not something an ordinary person can have. Lord Shui Shu said, If Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy are really the descendants of some big shot in the void god realm, what should we do? Feng Mulan said with a frown. They're disciples of the Misty Heaven sect, that's all. Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, As long as they have no disloyalty to the Misty Heaven sect, they can stay as long as they want. Yu Xian looked at the thoughtful Shui Piao Miao and slowly said, Piao Miao, I now officially appoint you as the new palace master of the Snow Palace. Help me teach the two of them well. As for what we just said, don't tell them. Yes, sect leader. Piao Miao knows what to do. Shui Piao Miao didn't think that Yi Chinfeng's arrival would really change her fate. She had a strange feeling in her heart. By the way, I wonder if you guys are interested in watching the images of Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy going through the Heavenly Tower? At this moment, Yu Xian was very interested in Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy. If their identities were as he guessed, then it was very likely that they would become the catalyst for the Misty Heaven sect's rise. Of course we are, everyone said in unison. Good. Let's go to the Heavenly Tower and let the artifact spirit show us the images. After saying that, Yu Xian took out the sect leader's token and opened the doors of the Heavenly Tower. He led everyone into the Heavenly Tower and watched the process of Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's trial through the light mirror on the first floor. If Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were really the descendants of some big shot in the Void God realm, Yu Xian and the others believed that they would be able to see some clues from the strength and methods they had displayed. They would be able to create a miracle in the Heavenly Tower. Chapter 1593. This is the 6th floor of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda. After being teleported to the 6th floor of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda, Yi Qinfeng found himself in a snowy world. It was a vast expanse of whiteness as far as the eye could see. By Chinese Network X8 1 Z 1 XC OM. After scanning the space in front of him, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes. As he adjusted his breathing, he controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce and sense the reality of this world. Just as Yi Qinfeng was in the 6th floor of the Heavenly Sensing Pagoda, he did not know that the images of him and Xia Wendy had appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Xia Wendy was taking a great risk. She was trapped in an Emperor-level heavenly soul. She was holding an extremely powerful top-grade sacred artifact and using the Ling Xiao scriptures' ferocious attacks. After paying a great price, Xia Wendy killed 3 Emperor-level heavenly souls. She did not care about the injuries on her body. She killed her way out of the valley and hid outside to recover. I saw Xia Wendy's methods. Her foundation is limited. She doesn't look like a descendant of the Void God realm's Almighty. Yu Xian said softly as he watched Xia Wendy's bloody battle. Yes, Xia Wendy shouldn't have any problems. Maybe the problem lies with Yi Qinfeng. Let's wait and see what methods Yi Qinfeng will use to kill the 10 great kings of the 6th floor and enter the 7th floor of the Heavenly Pagoda, Yu Xian said. If I remember correctly, no one has entered the 7th floor of the Heavenly Pagoda for tens of thousands of years, Feng Mulan said with a serious expression. Yes, it has been more than 80,000 years. However, I feel that Yi Qinfeng should be able to enter the 7th floor of the Heavenly Pagoda. Yu Xian nodded. His interest in Yi Qinfeng was growing stronger. After adjusting his breathing for about a day, Yi Qinfeng adjusted his body to the best state. He summoned his sword wings and flew towards the northwest at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Yi Qinfeng flew to a very dangerous space surrounded by several snowy mountains. In this space, there were 10 statues standing in silence. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of snow, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies. This brat is indeed a little strange. He actually found the location of the 10 great kings. Hua Ziying was slightly surprised to see Yi Qinfeng easily find the location of the 10 great kings. One had to know that the 10 great kings of the 6th floor were not easy to find. Yet Yi Qinfeng was able to locate them so easily. It was enough to show how extraordinary he was. 3-star Dao Emperors. These 10 statues have actually reached the level of 3-star Dao Emperors. The trial of the 6th level of this Sky Pagoda is indeed very difficult. I wonder if I can kill one of them with one strike with my current combat strength. Gazing at the 10 snow-covered statues, Yi Qinfeng was constantly thinking of a way to deal with them. However, with the 10 statues together, it was impossible to break through one by one. If he wanted to pass, he could only face them head-on. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinfeng suddenly split his mirror image doppelganger. Like 2 arrows, they flew towards the bottom of the snow-covered mountain valley. Doppelganger? Isn't it forbidden to bring doppelgangers in the Sky Pagoda trial? Hua Ziying said in surprise. No, if we are not mistaken, that is a doppelganger created by using a divine ability. It is not restricted by the sky pagoda. The experienced Yu Xian shook his head. This Yi Qinfeng really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Yu Xian and the others were completely attracted by Yi Qinfeng. They were paying attention to his trial. Roar, roar, roar after roar of anger rang out, sensing Yi Qinfeng and his mirror image doppelganger flying towards them. The 10 snow-covered statues let out earth-shattering roars. The terrifying roars caused the surrounding mountains to tremble violently, forming a terrifying avalanche. In the next moment, the 10 statues shattered, revealing 10 men in black robes and black armor. Their auras soared to the heavens, like a cold sun piercing through space. They pierced towards Yi Qinfeng and his mirror image doppelganger. Primordial bloodline ignite. Facing the attacks of 4 trial monarchs, Yi Qinfeng immediately ignited his primordial bloodline, fused with the sacred blood pearl, and ignited 3 sacred flames. He forcibly raised his strength to the level of a 3-star Tao Emperor. Using his mirror image doppelganger as defense, he attacked with all his might. Ethereal Sword Codex, Ethereal True Extreme Sword. The golden sword soul flew out of his soul sea and evolved a terrifying Tao intent. It was like an ethereal galaxy as it ruthlessly slashed at one of the trial monarchs. Although this trial monarch's defense was shocking, the golden sword soul's attack power was comparable to a mid-grade true spirit saint artifact. In addition, the ethereal sword codex was a supreme grade true spirit saint art. The combination of the two was not something the trial monarch could withstand. Qi, the golden sword soul that was intertwined with the power of the great Tao, split open a trial monarch's body. The sword aura that was released from the sword soul destroyed the trial monarch completely. Break for me. Over 4 billion kilograms of power exploded in Yi Qinfeng's body and ruthlessly slammed into the trial monarch's body. The terrifying power directly shattered the trial monarch's body and turned into a strand of pure, heavenly soul force that drilled into Yi Qinfeng's body. Success! Yi Qinfeng didn't expect that after breaking through to the level of a 2-star Tao Emperor, his battle power would increase by so much. He revealed a look of deep joy and followed up with another attack. He executed the true spirit fighting dragon fist and attacked another trial monarch. Boom! 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 Under the attack of the world-shaking fighting dragon fist that was enough to kill a true dragon, the trial monarch's body was constantly shattered and turned into heavenly soul force that was absorbed by Jiang Yi. Finally, before the mirror image clone was shattered by the other 8 trial monarchs, Yi Qinfeng forcefully killed the 2nd trial monarch. The sword wings on his back violently flapped and shattered the spear lights that pierced through the heaven and earth as he flew into the air. Golden Sword Soul. That Yi Qinfeng has cultivated the Golden Sword Soul. Such valiant combat power. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 trial monarchs. This Yi Qinfeng should be a descendant of a void god world almighty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so heaven-defying. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's golden sword soul and his shocking foundation and methods, Yu Xian and the others had basically confirmed their earlier guesses. The way they looked at Yi Qinfeng had changed quite a bit. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng had recovered to his original state. He split out his mirror image clone and used the same move to kill his way into the valley. He then started an intense battle with the remaining 8 trial monarchs. True Dragon Transformation. When the Golden Sword Soul forcefully killed a trial monarch, Yi Qinfeng used a side branch divine ability of the dragon race and transformed into a terrifying blood dragon. His massive body swayed as he fiercely fought at the bottom of the snow valley. He used the mirror image clone to attract most of the attacks and killed another 2 trial monarchs, fusing with his incomparably powerful heavenly soul force. A divine ability of the dragon race. Could this Yi Qinfeng be a descendant of a dragon race almighty? Seeing Yi Qinfeng transform into a blood dragon, Yu Xian and the others were deeply shocked. They constantly tried to guess his identity. There are still 5 people left. This time, I should be able to deal with them all at once. Yi Qinfeng adjusted his condition to its peak. He ignited his Grand Mist bloodline and 3 Saint Flames. For the 3rd time, he killed his way into the bottom of the Snow Valley. He pushed his Tao intent and strength to the limit as he fiercely fought with the 5 Trial Monarchs. Although the Trial Monarchs had the advantage in numbers, Yi Qinfeng's physical body was far too powerful. In addition to the endless supply of Tao energy and the amplification of the Golden Sword Soul, he continuously used the Misty Sword Scripture, pushing his striking power to the limit. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng paid the price of many injuries and forcefully killed the 5 trial challengers. He fused with the pure power of 5 heavenly souls and gathered 10 teleportation stars. Then he disappeared from the 6th level of the tower and entered the 7th level of the tower, where no one had entered for over 80,000 years. Chapter 1594. This Yi Qinfeng is too heaven-defying. It's only been a year, and he actually stepped onto the 7th floor of the Sky Pagoda, where no one has been for more than 80,000 years. Such talent is hard to come by. Yeah, I didn't expect a monster with an extraordinary background to come to our Misty Heaven sect. Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, I just don't know if his appearance is a blessing or a curse for our Misty Heaven sect. By Chinese network is not equal to equals is almost equal to. Is almost equal to 8 is equal to 1 is not equal to z is not equal to. When Yi Qinfeng stepped onto the 7th floor of the Sky Pagoda, Yu Jianfeng, who is known as the strongest person in the Misty Heaven sect, was the 2nd to enter the 6th floor. Although stepping onto the 6th floor of the Sky Pagoda in more than a year was a result to be proud of, compared to Yi Qinfeng's heaven-defying results, he was still a lot dimmer. Crystal stone. What a huge crystal stone! After entering the 7th floor of the Sky Pagoda, Yi Qinfeng saw a crystal stone that was more than 30 meters tall and flashing with Tao intent in front of him. If he wanted to pass the 7th floor's test and enter the 8th floor, he had to break this Tao intent crystal stone. Golden Sword Soul break. Yi Qinfeng's mind moved, and he summoned the Golden Sword Soul, trying to attack this huge Tao intent Saint crystal. But in the next moment, endless Tao intent spread out from the Tao intent Saint crystal like an erupting volcano, bombarding Yi Qinfeng, whose expression changed slightly as he put all his effort into defense. Space partition. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng used the space law and constantly separated the space in front of him, blocking the Tao intent released by the Tao intent Saint crystal, and narrowly dodged 10,000 meters away. Looks like it's impossible to break this Tao intent Saint crystal by force. Yi Qinfeng originally wanted to save time and rely on absolute attack power to break the Tao intent Saint crystal, but after seeing the terrifying backlash of the Saint crystal, he knew that this method wouldn't work. If he wanted to pass this floor's test, he had to pass the Tao intent to break this Saint crystal. Yi Qinfeng stood 10,000 meters away and waited for a while. When the Tao intent Saint crystal gradually quieted down, he approached again and sat cross-legged under the Tao intent Saint crystal. He controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce and released a powerful soul power into the Saint crystal, trying to break it from the inside. Sea of fire. His soul force seeped into the Tao Saint crystal, and Yi Qinfeng discovered that a sea of blazing flames had appeared within the Saint crystal. The scorching temperature incinerated the entire space, causing it to constantly distort. Suddenly, a red sun rose from the sea of flames, and it emitted boundless light of Tao insight. Mystic fire Tao diagram. Looking at the red sun floating above the sea of fire in the distance, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized that it was formed from the mystic fire Tao diagram. But Yi Qinfeng had long since cultivated the profound grade Tao diagram of the 5 elements, so this profound grade Tao diagram of fire before him was completely useless to him. Even if he completely comprehended it, he would be unable to improve his comprehension of Tao insights. 5 elements Xian Dao diagram break for me. With a command in Yi Qinfeng's mind, the profound gray Dao diagram of the 5 elements appeared within his extremely deductive soul, and it was like a 5-element Dao insight meteor that collided with the profound gray Dao diagram of fire. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out above the sea of fire. The 2 profound gray Dao diagrams collided with each other and immediately released boundless Dao insight energy that fiercely repelled each other and shattered each other. Although the profound gray Dao diagram of fire could continuously fuse with the power of the sea of fire and amplify the might of the Dao diagram, the might of the profound gray Dao diagram of the 5 elements was too shocking. The power of the 5 elements completely erupted and directly suppressed the profound gray Dao diagram of fire. As the 2 profound gray Dao diagrams repelled each other more and more fiercely, the blazing sea of fire became violent, and hundreds of fireballs flew out of the sea of fire and attacked the profound gray Dao diagram of the 5 elements with extreme speed. Profound grade heaven earth Dao diagram. Profound grade life and death Dao diagram break. Yi Qinfeng continued to deduce Dao insights and formed 2 profound grade Dao diagrams within the Dao insight Saint crystal space. At the same time that they shattered the fireballs, they fiercely attacked the profound grade Dao diagram of fire. Under the fierce attack of the 3 profound grade Dao diagrams, the profound grade Dao diagram of fire shattered, and the sea of fire that burned space disappeared. A crack appeared on the surface of the Dao insight Saint crystal. But in the next moment, a black tribulation cloud appeared within the Dao insight Saint crystal. A large amount of black heavenly lightning didn't leave the tribulation cloud and bombarded the 3 profound grade Dao diagrams. Although the might of the profound grade Dao diagram of metal that released the black heavenly lightning was above the profound gray Dao diagram of fire, it was still unable to destroy the 3 fused profound gray Dao diagrams that Yi Qinfeng had comprehended. After about 2 hours, the 3 profound gray Dao diagrams directly broke into the black tribulation cloud and shattered the profound gray Dao diagram of metal, causing a deep crack to appear on the surface of the Dao insight Saint crystal. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged under the Dao insight Saint crystal and controlled the God-Eater brain to continuously deduce the 3 profound gray Dao diagrams, destroying the Dao diagrams produced by the Dao insight Saint crystal and shattering it. Seeing more and more cracks on the surface of the Dao insight Saint crystal, Yu Xian and the others were completely convinced by Yi Qinfeng's heaven-defying talent. Although they had never challenged the Dao insight Saint crystal, it was recorded in the ancient books that the Dao insight Saint crystal contained extremely terrifying Dao insights. A genius like Yi Qinfeng, who broke more than 20 profound grade Dao diagrams in less than 3 days, had never been recorded in the ancient books. This Yi Qinfeng is too heaven-defying. I really don't know how deep his foundation is. Xue Shu Jun shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. In her heart, she was also somewhat glad that she didn't let Xue Mingxian take the position of Snow Palace Master. Otherwise, with Yi Qinfeng's talent and strength, he might be able to turn Snow Palace upside down. Maybe he really has the chance to set foot on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Trial Tower and challenge Senior Artifact Spirit. Yu Xian took a deep breath and said, as time passed, disciples were constantly sent out of the Heavenly Trial Tower because they couldn't defeat Tianhun. Although they couldn't last for 10 years, all the disciples in the Heavenly Trial Tower improved their strength to varying degrees. Some disciples even broke through to the next level, greatly increasing the overall strength of the Misty Heaven sect. However, if the Misty Heaven sect wanted to truly rise, they needed a leader, and Yi Qinfeng's appearance gave Yu Xian and the others a glimmer of hope. The 31st profound grade Dao diagram. Just how much Dao insight is in this Dao insight Saint crystal? Yi Qinfeng controlled the 3 profound grade Dao diagrams and tirelessly broke the 31st profound grade Dao diagram. he found that the Tao Insight St. Crystal was still multiplying the Tao Insight St. Crystal. If it weren't for the God-Eater brain that had transformed and become extremely powerful, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a large consumption. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The space of the Tao Insight St. Crystal suddenly became pitch black. Endless Tao Insight power crazily surged in like rivers flowing into the sea, forming a vast, profound, gray Tao diagram that stretched across the heavens and earth. And Yi Qinfeng felt the aura of the 31st profound, gray Tao diagram that he had just broken in this profound, gray Tao diagram. Obviously, this profound, gray Tao diagram that combined all the Tao insight of the 31st profound, gray Tao diagram might be his final challenge. Come. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and controlled the 3 profound gray Tao diagrams to fuse together, transforming into a terrifying sea of Tao insight that roared and surged in the pitch-black space, transforming into a terrifying hand of Tao insight that fiercely slapped towards this profound gray Tao diagram that isolated this space. Bang! When the hand of Tao insight slapped onto this profound gray Tao diagram, it gave rise to 1,000 waves. Boundless Tao insight energy spilled out from within the profound gray Tao diagram, and it madly attacked the hand of Tao insight and shattered it bit by bit. Sword of Tao insight. When the hand of Tao insight was shattered by this profound gray Tao diagram, Yi Qinfeng controlled the sea of Tao insight to transform into a few thousand extremely powerful Tao insight swords that attacked the profound gray Tao diagram at an extremely swift speed, and they fought with all their might within the pitch-black space. The might of this profound gray Tao diagram that was multiplied by the Tao Insight St. Crystal was extremely terrifying, but the 3 profound gray Tao diagrams that Yi Qinfeng had comprehended weren't inferior to his. Coupled with the God-Eater brain that was deduced to the extreme, Yi Qinfeng didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in this intense battle. Numerous cracks appeared on this profound gray Tao diagram as the energy of Tao insight that flowed within the Tao diagram was ceaselessly slashed apart by numerous Tao insight swords that possessed shocking might. Finally, under Yi Qinfeng's perseverance, the sea of Tao insight transformed into a few thousand Tao insight swords that pierced through this enormous, profound gray Tao diagram. Kacha kacha! The profound gray Tao diagram shattered, and the enormous Tao insight St. Crystal ceaselessly resounded with cracking sounds before it completely shattered. At the instant the Tao insight St. Crystal shattered, Yi Qinfeng was swallowed by a formidable energy of teleportation and arrived at the 8th level of the Heavenly Refinement Pagoda. Chapter 1595. In less than 2 years, he reached the 8th floor of the Heavenly Trial Tower. Is this Yi Qinfeng going to break our Misty Heaven sex record? Is this the talent of a descendant of a void god realm expert? Our Misty Heaven sex geniuses are far inferior to him. Yu Jianfeng, who is known as the #1 genius of the Misty Heaven sect, was still on the 6th level of the Heavenly Smelting Pagoda, trying his best to kill a king. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng had already reached the 8th level. Yu Xian and the Other Side. August 1st Chinese Network. 1. Sect Master, how long do you think Yi Qinfeng will take to break through the Tao Intent Tablet on the 8th level? Even though the difficulty of the trials at the 8th level of the Heavenly Refinement Pagoda was extremely high, no one doubted that the Tao Insight Tablet would be able to obstruct his footsteps. Yes, about a year. Although Yi Qinfeng only took a short time to shatter the Tao Intent St. Crystal, the power of the Tao Intent Tablet far surpassed the Tao Intent St. Crystal. I think it will take at least 3 years. Feng Mulan, who had dark skin and a serious expression, said, Then let's wait and see. Let's see if this Yi Qinfeng can surprise us again. Yu Xian smiled and looked at the screen, paying attention to Yi Qinfeng. The test of the 8th level is the Tao Intent Tablet, right? Thinking about the introduction of the Heavenly Trials Tower in Xueming Xuan's soul memory, Yi Qinfeng looked at the space that was like a black curtain and vaguely saw a towering Tao Intent Tablet. There was still a long time before the 10-year deadline, so Yi Qinfeng wasn't in a hurry. He sat cross-legged on the 8th level of the Heavenly Trials Tower and sorted out the small realizations he had obtained when he shattered the Tao Intent Saint Crystal. He recovered his soul energy and prepared to face the Tao Intent Tablet. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He walked step by step into the pitch-black space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He'd just taken 2 steps when the sky that was like a black curtain suddenly trembled, and then a Tao Insight tablet that was over 100 m tall and coiled with a large amount of ancient Tao markings descended from the sky, and it carried a force of a few hundreds of millions of kgs to press down towards Yi Qinfeng. When he thought of the 7th level of the Pagoda of Trials and the space of the 8th level that could only be resisted with Tao insights, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath as the 3 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams appeared within his soul sea, and they quickly fused together to transform into an extremely powerful Tao insight vortex that forcefully resisted the Tao insight tablet that was pressing down towards him. Ka. Under the suppression of the Tao insight tablet, the Tao insight vortex formed from the 3 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams shattered, and the terrifying Tao insight tablet smashed fiercely towards Yi Qinfeng with the intention of suppressing him. Yi Qinfeng shouted out explosively as the energy in his 5 apertures exploded out, and surging energy was like a boiling tide that madly surged into his arms and forcefully held up the Tao insight tablet. Subsequently, the Tao diagram of the heavenly Tao appeared within Yi Qinfeng's soul sea, and it madly surged into the Tao insight tablet along with the 3 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams to forcefully attack the Tao insight that filled the Tao insight tablet. What grade of Tao diagram is within this Tao insight tablet? When the 4 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams surged into the Tao insight tablet, a Tao diagram that exceeded his imagination appeared within the Tao insight tablet, and it instantly disintegrated the 4 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams. Could this be a heaven-grade Tao diagram? The 8th level of the Pagoda of Trials is a heaven-grade Tao diagram test. Yi Qinfeng had never seen a heaven-grade Tao diagram before, so he didn't know how terrifying it was. Now that he saw it, he was deeply shocked by the might of the heaven-grade Tao diagram. The heavenly Tao was the foundation of all Taos, and the 5-element Tao diagram, heaven and earth Tao diagram, and life and death Tao diagram were powerful fused Tao insights. When the 4 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams blasted into the Tao insight tablet, they were actually easily disintegrated by the heaven-grade Tao diagram, and this allowed Yi Qinfeng to deeply experience how terrifying heaven-grade Tao diagrams were. Looks like if I want to shatter this Tao insight tablet and step foot into the 9th level of the Pagoda of Trials, I must completely comprehend the heaven-grade Tao diagram. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and calmed his heart, and he forcefully held up the Tao insight tablet that weighed a few 100 million kilograms, while controlling the God Eater brain to deduce and comprehend the heaven-grade Tao diagram. This exactly how much strength does this Yi Qinfeng have? Why doesn't he put down the Tao insight tablet and insists on holding it up? It's impossible that he doesn't know that he can put down this Tao insight tablet and slowly comprehend it. Xue Shujun looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was holding the Tao insight tablet up high and using all his strength to comprehend the heaven-grade Tao diagram, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. No, I feel like Yi Qinfeng is training his strength. Yu Xian shook his head and said, to be able to hold up the Tao insight tablet so easily without exerting any effort, this Yi Qinfeng's physical body is even stronger than a saint beast, training his strength. Everyone was speechless. Time passed day by day. When Yi Qinfeng controlled the God Eater brain to comprehend the heaven-grade Tao diagram in the Tao insight tablet, many trial disciples were tragically eliminated, but there were also many who stepped foot into the higher levels of the Pagoda of Trials. Among them, the 4 top geniuses of the Misty Heaven sect, Yu Jianfeng, Feng Guyun, Hua, Shi, and Shui Xuan all killed 100 Emperor-level heavenly souls on the 5th level of the Pagoda of Trials and entered the 6th level. Xia, Wendy persevered, and with a spirit that never gave up, she also killed over 80 Emperor-level heavenly souls. She was only one step away from entering the 6th level and challenging King-level heavenly souls. It's been almost a year. Looks like he's also in trouble. In this year, Yu Xian and the others entered the Pagoda of Trials from time to time to observe Yi Qinfeng. But 11 months had passed. Yi Qinfeng, who was like a statue, did not move at all. This made them feel that Yi Qinfeng was in big trouble and could not break through the heaven-grade Tao diagram in the Tao Insight tablet in a short period of time. However, they did not know that the God-Eater brain had already comprehended the heaven-grade Tao diagram in the Tao Insight tablet half a year ago, and Yi Qinfeng did not break through the Tao Insight tablet because he wanted to use the heaven-grade Tao diagram to improve his understanding of the Tao Insight. Very quickly, more than 2 years had passed. Yi Qinfeng seemed to be petrified as he held the Tao Insight tablet high, refining his body as he comprehended the heaven-grade Tao diagram. After the God-Eater brain's deduction time and time again, he had a new understanding of the Tao Insight. Although this understanding was not enough to elevate the Tao diagram, he had comprehended to the heaven-grade Tao diagram realm. What he was looking for now was an opportunity. When the time came, he believed that he would definitely be able to elevate the Tao diagram he had comprehended to the heaven-grade Tao diagram realm. Phew, it's time to break this Tao Insight tablet and enter the 9th level of the Pagoda of Trials. Yi Qinfeng calculated the time and found that he had stayed in the Pagoda of Trials for more than 4 years. Without further delay, a shocking force burst out from his arms and forcefully pushed the Tao Insight tablet into the air. In the next moment, the profound gray Tao diagram, whose power had increased by several times, entered the Tao Insight tablet like flowing water, crazily destroying the heaven-grade Tao diagram. Although Yi Qinfeng's 4 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams were still a far cry from the heaven-grade Tao diagrams, he had already seen through the heaven-grade Tao diagrams. He constantly shattered the heaven-grade Tao diagrams that formed the heaven-grade Tao diagrams, weakening the heaven-grade Tao diagram's power. In next to no time, numerous clearly visible cracks split open on the surface of the Tao Insight tablet, and strands of terrifying energy of Tao Insight leaked out from within the Tao Insight tablet. In the end, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 4 great, profound, grade Tao diagrams to shatter the heaven-grade Tao diagram within the Tao Insight tablet, breaking the Tao Insight tablet. In the next moment, powerful Tao Insight gushed out from the Tao Insight tablet and crazily entered Yi Qinfeng's body. Under the sublimation of this powerful Tao Insight tablet, Yi Qinfeng grasped the opportunity to improve the Tao Insight tablet and improve the 5 elements profound grade Tao diagram to the heaven-grade Tao diagram in one fell swoop. As soon as the Tao Insight tablet improved, a powerful teleportation force enveloped him and sent him to the 9th level, where only 3 people in the history of the Misty Heaven sect had ever stepped into. Chapter 1596. Junior, you're really outstanding. You're much more outstanding than I expected. 8th? Chinese? 1. You have to know that no one has ever reached here in 4 years. You've created a new record in the Ethereal Heaven sect. When Yi Qinfeng entered the 9th floor, his vision blurred. An old man covered in white light appeared in front of him. This old man was the spirit of the Heavenly Trial Tower. Thank you for your compliment, Senior. The reason why I was able to come here is because my bone age is younger than the others. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble, the younger the bone age, the easier the trial. For example, the heavenly souls that Yu Jianfeng and Shui Yixuan encountered in the Heavenly Trial Tower were much stronger than the heavenly souls that Yi Qinfeng encountered. No, this has nothing to do with bone age. The artifact spirit in the form of an old man shook his head and said, to be able to break through to the Tao Emperor realm in less than 100 years of cultivation, This in itself is a reflection of your strength and talent. Perhaps you might really be able to defeat me in the remaining time and obtain the ultimate reward. May I know Senior's strength? The heavenly trial tower was unimaginably powerful. As the spirit of the tower, the old man's strength had probably reached an unimaginable level. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, defeating him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Without the power of the heavenly trial tower, Ai's strength is equivalent to a peak 6-star Tao Emperor, the old man said. Peak 6-star Tao Emperor. After knowing the old man's strength, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but gasp. Although he could kill a 3-star Tao Emperor with the help of the Golden Sword Soul, he had no chance against a peak 6-star Tao Emperor. All right, Junior. There are still 5 years before the heavenly trial tower closes. During this time, you can challenge me as you wish. As long as you can defeat me in the remaining time, it will be considered a success. Also, you are not restricted in any way. You can use the treasures on you to cultivate. The old man said, Now, do you want to challenge me? Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded. He wanted to test the old man's strength personally. Come. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man stood quietly in the same place. There was no expression on his calm face. Phew! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. His grand mist blood, 3 sacred flames, and the sacred blood bead erupted. Shocking bloodline power fused into Yi Qinfeng's body, instantly raising his strength to the peak. In the next moment, the golden sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul and transformed into a golden divine sword. Misty sword scripture. Yi Qinfeng let out an explosive roar as a heaven-grade Tao diagram and 3 profound-grade Tao diagrams appeared around him. He raised his Tao will and physical strength to the peak and crazily infused them into the golden sword soul. He unleashed the ethereal true extreme sword and slashed at the spirit artifact elder, who was standing straight and not dodging. Even a 4-star Tao Emperor would have to avoid this attack, let alone a 3-star Tao Emperor. However, the old artifact spirit merely extended his aged right hand and placed it before him, blocking the ethereal true extremity sword that churned with the power of laws. Boom! When the ethereal true extreme sword slashed at the old artifact spirit's right hand, it instantly exploded with earth-shattering power, causing the space to fluctuate as it violently attacked the old artifact spirit's right hand. However, his right hand seemed to be refined from a supreme grade, true spirit saint artifact. The ethereal true extreme sword's explosive power couldn't harm it at all. In the next moment, the old artifact spirit's right hand exerted force, shattering the ethereal true extreme sword and striking out a palm at Yi Qinfeng. Under this palm, the space seemed to have frozen. The terrifying palm light seemed to have cut off the entire space as it carried terrifying power towards Yi Qinfeng's body. Spatial law cut off the space. In the face of the old artifact spirit's attack, Yi Qinfeng's hands quickly danced as he constantly cut off the space, trying to neutralize this terrifying palm print. However, the old artifact spirit's casual attack was too powerful. Yi Qinfeng's continuous cuts were easily shattered by this palm. He then used the temporal law, increasing the flow of time by 4 times. He used all his strength to attack and forcefully weaken the palm's power. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit's great palm imprint destroyed Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks. With one palm strike, Yi Qinfeng, who was defending with all his strength, was sent flying. He was thrown 1,000 meters away and heavily fell to the ground, suffering heavy injuries. So strong, this strength is too strong. I can't fight against him at all. Yi Qinfeng was deeply shocked by the old artifact spirit's strength. He felt that the old artifact spirit's strength was definitely more terrifying than the Black Rock Emperor's. So he gave up on the idea of using his life spirit technique. Junior, with your current strength, it's impossible to defeat I. Fortunately, you still have more than 5 years. Cultivate well, and remember to call me when you want to challenge again. After severely injuring Yi Qinfeng, the old artifact spirit didn't follow up with another attack. His body flashed and disappeared before Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Sigh, I'll just cultivate here for a while. Yi Qinfeng forced himself to sit up and communicated with the universe realm. As expected, the universe realm is no longer restricted. Sensing the existence of the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. He immediately entered the universe realm and consumed a precious healing sacred item to heal his injuries. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng recovered from his injuries and came to the edge of the second level of the universe realm. He was ready to try to open the third level of the universe realm. If he could open the third level of the universe realm and obtain the treasures left behind by the divine demons, he believed that he would be able to make a breakthrough in the remaining 5 years. When he used his life spirit technique, he felt that he still had a chance to defeat the old artifact spirit and obtain the final reward of the Sky Pagoda trial. Universe Realm Level 3. Open. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and controlled the golden Tao energy in his body to rush out of his body. It fused into the universe realm wall and tore it apart bit by bit. Under his unreserved efforts, the universe realm wall that restricted the third level of the universe realm was shattered. With a thought, he successfully entered the third level of the universe realm, 10 times the flow of time. After entering the third level of the universe realm, Yi Qinfeng first felt that the flow of time here was 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for 10 years. It completely solved the problem of his short cultivation time. I wonder what kind of treasures the divine demons left behind in this space. Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes. Through the control of the universe realm, he sensed the treasures left behind by the divine demons in the third level of the universe realm. What a terrifying aura. What grade of weapon is this? After sensing for a while, Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, in the depths of the third level of the universe realm, there was a huge sword that was 3 feet long and half a foot wide. The body of the sword was engraved with tens of thousands of mysterious engravings. It weighed a few 100 million jin and was stabbed into the ground. Gently stroking this huge sword that only a giant could wield, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt how terrifying this huge sword was. He had a feeling that this huge sword was most likely a supreme grade, true spirit saint artifact. Other than this incomparably huge true spirit saint artifact left behind by the divine demons, there were also many rare treasures that the divine demons had plundered from various planes. There were also saint beast cores and 2 ancient body tempering saint that were brimming with vitality. This is a high-grade true spirit pellet. Yi Qinfeng unexpectedly found 2 extremely precious rank 3 true spirit pellets and more than 10 rank 2 true spirit saint pellets among the items left behind by the divine demons. 5 years in the outside world and 50 years in the universe realm. Let me cultivate in this universe realm for 50 years. Let's see what kind of realm I can reach after 50 years. Yi Qinfeng sent the 3 saint beasts and the Black Rock Emperor to the third level of the universe realm and gave them a large amount of rare treasures and saint beast cores for them to cultivate in here. As for himself, he took out a rank 2 true spirit saint pellet and swallowed it into his stomach and began the longest period of secluded cultivation. P.S. Yi Qinfeng's picture over the weekend. If you want to see it, please add me on WeChat. Y1TY83. Chapter 1597. He disappeared. Why did Yi Qinfeng suddenly disappear from the 9th level? Seeing Yi Qinfeng mysteriously disappear, Lord Shueshujun and the others revealed expressions of deep shock. 8th High? Literature Net? X1? X8? X1? X9? Could it be that he has a spatial treasure or a spatial cave? Yes, if Yi Qinfeng is a descendant of a void god realm expert, it's not strange for him to have a spatial treasure. Let's wait in silence and see if he can pass Elder Qi's test in the remaining time. Yu Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a flash. In these 3 years, there were not many disciples left in the heavenly smelting pagoda. There were only a dozen people left. All of them had reached the 5th level and above. Their results were far better than 100 years ago. Among them, Yu Jianfeng, who was known as the #1 genius of the Misty Heaven sect, and Hua Xishuangshuang, who had the chance to step into the Tao Lord realm, entered the 7th level of the heavenly smelting pagoda and accepted the test of the Tao Intensate Crystal. As for Xiao Wendi, he successfully stepped into the 6th level of the heavenly smelting pagoda and tried his best to kill king-level heavenly souls to increase his strength. At this time, Yi Qinfeng had been cultivating in the universe realm for more than 30 years. In these 30 years, Yi Qinfeng had refined a large amount of true spirit saint pills and cultivated to the limit of a 2-star Tao Emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 3-star Tao Emperor realm. It's time to break through to the 3-star Tao Emperor realm. Feeling that his body was overflowing with golden Tao energy, Yi Qinfeng did not delay any longer. He consumed an extremely precious rank 3 true spirit saint pill and used the majestic medicinal power to break through to the 3-star Tao Emperor realm. After cultivating to the Tao Emperor realm, every breakthrough was very difficult. Fortunately, the God Fiend had left behind a large amount of treasures and true spirit saint pills in the 3rd level of the universe realm. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had sufficient time to cultivate. He spent close to 6 years and finally broke through the bottleneck to the 3-star Tao Emperor realm. After breaking through, Yi Qinfeng did not immediately come out of seclusion to challenge the artifact spirit. Instead, he went to the side of the 2 sacred wood-tempering trees and spat out the sacred fire. He melted the sacred wood branches bit by bit and absorbed them into his body to temper his body and break through to the arcane body perfection realm. The God Fiend's body was unparalleled, and what they loved the most were body-tempering sacred objects. The 2 body-tempering sacred wood that he had left behind in the universe realm were obtained by him after a narrow escape. He had never been willing to refine them, and now they were benefiting Yi Qinfeng. Soon, 5 years had passed in the outside world. Yi Qinfeng had been cultivating in the universe realm for a total of 50 years. In these 50 years, not only did he cultivate to the 3-star Tao Emperor realm, but he also cultivated his Xian body to the Great Circle realm. His physical body strength was forcefully raised to 2 billion kilograms, surpassing an ordinary Xian class holy beast. His physical body's toughness was also at the peak of the top-grade saint artifact. If he ignited his primordial bloodline to amplify his strength, he would be able to crush the strongest king-class sacred beasts and kill 4-star Tao Emperors with just his physical body. Hugh, I wonder if I can defeat the artifact spirit of the Tower of Trials with my current strength. Yi Qinfeng calculated the time. There were still a few months before the Tower of Trials closed. He stopped cultivating, left the universe realm, and came to the Tower of Trials. Senior, I would like to challenge you. Yi Qinfeng stood at the highest level of the Tower of Trials with his hands behind his back and said loudly, 3-star Tao Emperor, Junior, you have surprised me again. The artifact spirit stared at Yi Qinfeng and could easily sense his strength. He shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Come, let me see your strength. All right. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. His primordial bloodline, 3 sacred flames burned, and the sacred blood bead fused. He instantly reached the peak of the 4-star Tao Emperor realm, and his physical body's strength rose to 6 billion kilograms. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the space around him to tremble violently. The moment Yi Qinfeng took a step forward, a thunderous sound came from beneath his feet. He was like a wild, ancient beast, exploding with heaven-shaking strength as he attacked the artifact spirit. What a powerful strength! Feeling Yi Qinfeng's explosive strength, The artifact spirit raised his brows and revealed a trace of surprise. He stretched out his aged right hand to meet the attack. Boom! Yi Qinfeng's fist landed on the artifact spirit's right palm. The terrifying strength shook the entire space. In the next moment, an unimaginable strength gushed out from the artifact spirit's right palm. It was so strong that it instantly destroyed the strength of Yi Qinfeng's fist. It caused his arm to tremble, and he lost control of his body. After forcing Yi Qinfeng back with a palm, the artifact spirit immediately waved his arm. A terrifying strength swept through the entire space, and the power of the Grand Tao slammed towards Yi Qinfeng. Misty Sword Codex, Misty Ancient Extreme Sword. Facing the power of the Grand Tao, Yi Qinfeng couldn't avoid it. He immediately deduced the Tao intent that he cultivated to the extreme. 4 Tao diagrams floated above his head, and he executed the second move of the Misty Sword Codex that he had just mastered. The sword contained boundless Tao intent. The sword could shatter the sun, moon, and stars. The sword slashed down, destroying everything. It forcefully slashed apart the artifact spirit's attack. 9 Dragon Jade Annulus suppressed the space. The moment Yi Qinfeng broke the artifact spirit's attack, the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus flew out from his body. 9 giant dragons appeared, suppressing the space, and bombarded the artifact spirit's attack. When the artifact spirit stretched out his hand and sent the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus flying, Yi Qinfeng suddenly sped up the flow of time by 4 times. He suddenly appeared in front of the artifact spirit and raised his attack speed to the limit. He instantly launched 3 consecutive attacks towards the artifact spirit's body. Although he had successfully struck the artifact spirit's body, Yi Qinfeng felt as if he had struck black iron. Not only was he unable to injure the artifact spirit's body, he couldn't even push him back a single step. Not bad, not bad. Compared to 5 years ago, your attack power has increased by dozens of times. Even if you can't defeat me, this harvest is enough to make others jealous. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from the old artifact spirit's body. Like a stormy sea, it bombarded Yi Qinfeng, shattering his body's defenses and sending him flying. He landed heavily on the ground several thousand meters away, almost losing his ability to fight. Although he was heavily injured, Yi Qinfeng's face revealed a trace of joy. During the close combat, the God-Eater brain had captured the source of the artifact spirit's power. If it hit the source of the artifact spirit's power, it might cause the artifact spirit's body to pause and weaken his combat power. Then he would have a chance. Thinking of this, Yi Qinfeng struggled to get up. He quickly healed his injuries and prepared for the next challenge. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng had basically recovered from his injuries and challenged the artifact spirit again. This time, Yi Qinfeng intended to confirm his guess. He didn't attack blindly, but kept circling around and stalling for time so that the God-Eater brain could sense the artifact spirit's power source on a deeper level. After the God-Eater brain's repeated deductions, it completely confirmed Yi Qinfeng's earlier perception. At that moment, the weapon spirit once again unleashed an earth-shattering power. Like a stormy sea, it swept towards Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying power directly destroyed his attack and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. He had almost lost all of his ability to fight. I think I should be able to defeat him without using the life spirit technique. Yi Qinfeng quickly took a healing pill and struggled to get up from the ground. As he healed, he thought of a plan to defeat the artifact spirit. Chapter 1598. As the day of the Heavenly Pagoda trial drew closer and closer, the geniuses of the Misty Heavens sect began to leave. 8 1 X8 1. After nearly 10 years of cultivation, everyone's strength had clearly increased. Among them, the peerless genius of the Misty Heavens sect, Hua Shi, had broken through to the 4-star Tao Emperor realm. As for Yu Jianfeng, he was only a step away from breaking through to the 5-star Dao Emperor realm. Master, where is Yi Qinfeng? What level did he reach? After successfully breaking through to the 2-star Dao Emperor realm, Yu Lanqin left the Heavenly Trial Pagoda and saw Xue Piaomiao on the 1st level. She immediately walked over and asked about Yi Qinfeng's results. Yi Qinfeng is challenging Old Weapon on the 9th level. Even now, Xue Piaomiao still felt as if this was unreal. The 9th level of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda. This was undoubtedly a miracle. The 9th level! Yu Lanqin sucked in a breath of cold air, her cold face revealing an expression of disbelief. She was well aware of the difficulty of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda trial. She had spent 10 years to reach the 5th level of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda, and she was already very satisfied with this result. Yi Qinfeng reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Trial Pagoda? A cold voice sounded. As Xue Yixuan heard Xue Piaomiao's words, she slowly walked over. She wore a dark green dress and was even colder than Yu Lanqin. Yes, Yi Qinfeng ascended to the 9th level of the Pagoda of Trials 5 years ago, and he's challenging Elder Qi now. The Xue clan's patriarch, Xue Shujun, nodded. This Yi Qinfeng's talent is so amazing? Xue Yixuan's expression changed. Although she knew Yi Qinfeng wasn't simple, she didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so amazing. A sense of defeat appeared in her heart. Everyone come and watch. This Yi Qinfeng is going to challenge Old Weapon again. I wonder if he can defeat Old Weapon and pass the Heavenly Trial Pagoda. As the geniuses of the Misty Heaven sect were feeling disappointed by Yi Qinfeng's results, Yu Xian's voice sounded out, calling everyone to the trial mirror. They wanted to watch Yi Qinfeng challenge the Old Weapon spirit. Senior, I will continue. Yi Qinfeng slowly walked to the center of the 9 Heavenly Trial Pagoda, speaking neither arrogantly nor humbly. Good, make your move. The Old Weapon's spirit walked out. The Weapon Pagoda appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng without a trace of emotion. 9 Dragon Jade Wall, suppress. Yi Qinfeng used his 3 trump cards and instantly raised his strength to the peak. Then, he summoned the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus. He controlled the 9 Dragon Jade Annulus to continuously expand and suppress the old artifact spirit. The Heavenly Trial Pagoda, the old artifact spirit, did not move, allowing it to transform into a heavenly wall. The Jade Wall Jade Spirits, the Wall Jade Wall, yin yin yin. The moment the Jade Wall fell, 9 deadly dragons flew out of the Jade Wall and danced in front of the Old Weapon Spirit's eyes, distracting him. When the artifact spirit took a step forward and exploded with a shocking power, shattering the 9 deadly dragons, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of him with sword steps. His incomparably sharp sword wings danced quickly, attacking the artifact spirit's arms. I said the Heavenly Trial Pagoda is useless against me. The Old Weapon spirit allowed the sword wings to slash at his arms. Golden Sword Spirit, attack. Just when the Old Weapon spirit was careless, the Golden Sword Spirit flew out of Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul and attacked the Old Weapon spirit's lower abdomen. That was the source of his strength. Sensing the Golden Sword Spirit's attack, the Old Weapon spirit's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Yi Qinfeng's attack speed was even faster. He instantly transformed into his true spirit form and continuously unleashed the true spirit fighting Dragon Fist, bombarding the old man. While the old man's body was shaking, it also took away his energy. The Golden Sword Spirit stabbed into the Old Weapon Spirit's abdomen. The Golden Sword Spirit's astonishing strength instantly pierced through the Old Weapon Spirit's body and attacked the source of his strength. With the source of his strength attacked, the Old Weapon Spirit's attack was immediately affected, and the strength in his body was thrown into chaos. 4 great Tao diagrams fuse. The Golden Sword Spirit's attack was effective. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the 4 profound Tao diagrams to transform into a sea of Tao intent and crazily fused with the golden sword spirit, increasing its attack power. Disregarding his own safety, he circled behind the old weapon spirit and stretched out his arms to wrap around the old weapon spirit's body. His bold action stunned Yu Xian, Shui Piao Miao, and the others who were watching through the trial mirror. Has Yi Qinfeng gone mad? He's actually using his body to lock weapon spirit. Isn't he afraid that weapon spirit's strength will shatter his body and destroy it? Yes, although his talent is extraordinary, weapon spirit won't be merciful just because of his talent. Pavilion Master, do you think Qinfeng will be fine? The pale Xia Wendy cast her gaze towards Shui Piao Miao and asked nervously. I don't know either. Shui Piao Miao shook her head and said, but Qinfeng isn't a reckless person. He won't joke around with his life. He should have some confidence in doing this. As she spoke, a heaven-shaking strength erupted from weapon spirit's body. Like an erupting volcano, it bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body and blocked the golden sword spirit's attack. After cultivating his profound body to the great circle realm, Yi Qinfeng's body was comparable to a top-grade saint artifact. In addition to his Grand Mist bloodline's amplification, his physical body had nearly reached the level of a low-grade, true spirit saint artifact. The weapon spirit's explosive strength had only cracked his body, but it hadn't been able to destroy his physical body. And under the golden sword spirit's attack, the weapon spirit's abdomen was constantly injured. The golden sword spirit's attack had pierced through his source of strength bit by bit. Heavens, weapon spirit's explosive strength actually didn't shatter his body. Could this brat's physical body surpass a top-grade saint artifact? This Yi Qinfeng is too frightening. Perhaps he really is related to the dragon race. Thinking that a human's physical body wouldn't be as frightening as Yi Qinfeng's, Yu Xian also felt that Yi Qinfeng was related to the dragon race. It was extremely likely that he was a descendant of a dragon race supreme elder. Brat, are you not afraid of death? If you continue to lock me up like this, don't blame me for shattering your body. As Yi Qinfeng firmly locked down his body, the weapon spirit's source of strength was continuously being attacked, and he angrily warned Lin Ming. Senior is strong, but when your source of strength is being attacked, I'm afraid you won't be able to use your full strength. If you want to shatter my body, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Yi Qinfeng stubbornly said. He continued to explode with over 6 billion genes of strength, firmly locking down the weapon spirit's body and creating opportunities for the golden sword spirit to attack. Good. Then I want to see just how long you can last. As the weapon spirit spoke, he continued to explode with heaven-shaking strength, attacking Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to shatter Yi Qinfeng's body, but Yi Qinfeng's physical body was too strong. The weapon spirit's continuous attacks were simply unable to shatter his body, and the weapon spirit's abdomen was continuously attacked by the golden sword spirit, causing cracks to appear all over his body. This directly damaged his source of strength, causing him to be increasingly alarmed. Seeing his source of strength being pierced by the golden sword spirit, the weapon spirit was still unable to shatter Yi Qinfeng's body. The weapon spirit sighed inwardly and said, Junior, stop attacking. You've won this match. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, revealed a faint smile. He withdrew the golden sword spirit and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 1599. He won. Yi Qinfeng really defeated Elder Qi and passed the trial. Heavens, I didn't expect him to really make history and learn the ultimate reward of the heavenly pagoda trial. With his physical strength, he will probably last longer than the primogenitor. Oh, 8th lunar monthsy. Z. Yu Xian and the others were shocked when they saw Yi Qinfeng defeat the old artifact spirit and pass the trial. They were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's strength. Even Yu Xian wasn't confident in winning against the artifact spirit. Junior, get ready. Let me know when you are ready. I will give you the ultimate reward. Accept the infusion of heavenly soul energy. However, how much heavenly soul energy your body can withstand will depend on the strength of your physical body and willpower. The old artifact spirit said slowly as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in bloody scars and severely injured. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. He swallowed a saint pill and quickly adjusted his breathing to recover from his injuries. Sect Master, this Yi Qinfeng's talent is too amazing. I think his strength will increase further after the infusion of heavenly soul force. How are you going to treat him? Xue Shujun stared at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged and healing himself. He completely believed that as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely amaze everyone. Yu Xian looked at Xue Piaomiao and slowly said, "No matter how much his strength increases, he is still a disciple of the Bixue Celestial Pavilion. I think Piaomiao will help him settle down." Xue Piaomiao cupped her fists and promised softly, "Rest assured, Sect Master. Piaomiao will definitely help Yi Qinfeng settle down." Everyone wanted to know how long Yi Qinfeng could withstand the infusion of heavenly soul force and how much his strength would increase. No one left the heavenly pagoda and waited patiently. After about 2 days, Yi Qinfeng had completely recovered from his injuries. He woke up from his recuperation and found the artifact spirit elder. He said, "Senior, I am ready. I can accept the heavenly soul energy infusion. All right, come with me." With that, the artifact spirit took a step forward and tore through space. He brought Yi Qinfeng through a space gate and arrived at the highest point of the heavenly smelting tower. There, he saw an energy ball that flashed with lightning. Junior, in the history of the Misty Heaven sect, only 2 people have completed the ultimate challenge, and one of them is you. However, I have high hopes for you. I believe that you can hold on for more than 3 days and break the ultimate record. Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's mortal body that was comparable to a low-grade, true spirit saint artifact, the old artifact spirit felt that he could last for at least 5 days and obtain endless benefits. Junior will do his best to persevere. Yi Qinfeng was also aware of the benefits of having the heavenly soul power flowing through his body. Thus he spoke resolutely. "All right, go in. How long you can last will depend on your willpower." The old artifact spirit nodded and opened the restriction, allowing Yi Qinfeng to walk into the shining energy ball. Crackle! Crackle! In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng felt the entire energy ball explode with terrifying energy lightning. A loud roar reverberated in his ears. Boundless energy, lightning, brought with it a violent force that flowed through Yi Qinfeng's pores and rushed into his body. Although the process was extremely painful, Yi Qinfeng's physical body was too strong. In addition, he had an unyielding heart. Thus, he completely endured the pain. He quickly circulated the soul-devouring art and refined the heavenly soul power that flowed into his body, increasing his strength quickly. Yes, the Chaos Divine Wood. The Chaos Divine Wood is also absorbing the heavenly soul power. As Yi Qinfeng was refining the heavenly soul power that flowed into his body, he realized that the Chaos Divine Wood was also rapidly absorbing the heavenly soul power and transforming bit by bit. If the Chaos Divine Wood and I devour, I wonder if the heavenly soul power that the heavenly smelting tower has accumulated for countless years will be sucked dry. Yi Qinfeng knew how powerful the Chaos Divine Wood was. If the Chaos Divine Wood was allowed to devour freely, it would definitely suck the heavenly smelting tower dry. Days passed by. Yi Qinfeng was like a bottomless pit as he continued to refine the heavenly soul power that flowed into his body. On the 3rd day, the golden Tao power in his body was overflowing. The bottleneck of his cultivation level also started to loosen. After 3 days of devouring, the Chaos Divine Wood grew a little thicker. Large amounts of 5-color divine leaves grew, and its strength increased exponentially. It has been 3 days. This Yi Qinfeng has indeed surpassed the ancestors. Yes, This Yi Chen Feng is too heaven-defying. I really don't know where his limits are. Yu Xian and the others waited for 3 days. When they realized that Yi Chen Feng was completely immersed in the devouring process and didn't show any signs of stopping, they couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, they realized that Yi Chen Feng's body was emitting rays of golden light. They guessed that Yi Chen Feng should have broken through his cultivation level. A 4-star Tao Emperor. He broke through again so quickly. Sensing that his strength had increased, Yi Chen Feng revealed a faint smile. Relying on his powerful physical body, he continued to endure the heavenly soul power flowing into his body. Soon, another 5 days passed. It has been 8 days. Why doesn't Yi Chen Feng have any limits? Is his body a bottomless pit? Although Yi Chen Feng's physical body was powerful, the heavenly soul power flowing into his body was extremely terrifying. Even a 6-star Tao Emperor wouldn't be able to endure it. However, Yi Chen Feng endured it for 8 days and was still immersed in it. Not only did he not show any signs of pain, but he even looked relaxed. However, they didn't know that Yi Chen Feng could endure it for so long because most of the heavenly soul power that flowed into his body had been devoured by the chaos divine wood. He only absorbed 1/3 of it. 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 25 days, as everyone waited numbly. Yi Chen Feng allowed the heavenly soul power to flow into his body for close to a month. Although he was afraid that continuous breakthroughs would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable, he had been bitterly suppressing his cultivation base. However, the heavenly soul power flowing into his body was too terrifying. After a month of refining and absorbing, the golden Tao power in his body was overflowing. His foundation was also very solid. Feeling that he was unable to suppress his cultivation base, Yi Chen Feng took a deep breath. He controlled the golden soul power to break through the bottleneck that was full of cracks and broke through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. Yi Chen Feng didn't expect to break through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm so soon after ascending to the heaven region. Even if he didn't manage to obtain the ancient secret from the Misty Heaven sect, his harvest in the heavenly smelting pagoda was enough. Not long after Yi Chen Feng broke through, the chaos divine would suddenly shot out a 5-colored divine light. It passed through Yi Chen Feng's body and permeated the energy ball. 5-colored divine light. What kind of saint art is Yi Chen Feng cultivating? Why is his body shooting out 5-colored divine light? How many secrets are hidden in his body? Seeing Yi Chen Feng's 5-colored divine light becoming more and more intense, Yu Xian and the others were once again shocked. Even the arrogant Yu Jianfeng, Hua Shi, and the others were subdued by his heaven-defying talent. The chaos divine wood has finally transformed again. After sensing the chaos divine wood's transformation, it grew a little taller. The lush treetop was covered with 5-colored divine leaves. The chaos power in the tree was even stronger, and its power was far beyond the green yuan sacred bough. It had reached a level that Yi Chen Feng couldn't reach. Junior, enough is enough. If you continue to cultivate, the heavenly soul power in the heavenly smelting pagoda will be sucked dry by you. Just as Yi Chen Feng was refining the heavenly soul power and sensing the changes in the chaos divine wood, the old artifact spirit's voice entered his ears. I'm sorry, Senior. Junior was a little greedy. I'll come out now. Although Yi Chen Feng still wanted to continue cultivating, the old artifact spirit had spoken. He could only give up and stop devouring. With a move, he left the energy ball that was much dimmer than before. Chapter 1600. Junior, just how many secrets are you hiding? The old artifact spirit looked at Yi Chen Feng, who had broken through 2 realms, as if he wanted to see through him. 8th grade high, literature net, equals less than or equal to, is almost equal to. If a normal person absorbed heavenly soul force for more than a month, their strength would have reached the peak of a 6-star Tao Emperor or stepped into the Tao Lord realm. However, Yi Qinfeng had only risen from a 3-star Dao Emperor to a 5-star Dao Emperor. This made the old artifact spirit guess that Yi Qinfeng was hiding a huge secret. However, with such a foundation, it would be easy for him to kill enemies above his level. This junior is indeed hiding some secrets. However, Senior can rest assured that this junior has no ulterior motives towards the Ethereal Heaven sect. If there is a chance in the future, this junior will repay this favor. Yi Qinfeng said vaguely. Good, these words are enough. The old artifact spirit said, let's go. I will send you out of here. As he spoke, the old artifact spirit gently waved his arm and opened a portal, sending Yi Qinfeng out of the Heavenly Trial Tower's 9th floor. Qinfeng, you are out. Shui Piaomiao saw Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing a white robe, walking out of the spatial domain gate in high spirits. She immediately walked up to him and said, Sect Master wants to see you. Come with me to greet him. Okay. Yi Qinfeng nodded and followed Shui Piaomiao to Yuxian. Yuxian looked at the outstanding Yi Qinfeng and praised, Yi Qinfeng, you have given us a huge surprise. The rise of the Ethereal Heaven sect depends on you. Qinfeng will remember the kindness of the Ethereal Heaven sect. In the future, I will bring glory to the Ethereal Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng promised softly. Good, good. Although Yi Qinfeng was not a top expert in the Heaven realm, Yuxian and the others saw a bright future in him. Yuxian and the others were gratified and happy to receive his promise. Qinfeng, this token is for you. With this token, you can come and go anywhere in the Ethereal Heaven sect. Yuxian took out a guest elder token and handed it to Yi Qinfeng. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed with this token. With this token, he could slowly search for the secret realm hidden in the Ethereal Heaven sect. All right, the 10-year trial of the Heavenly Pagoda is over. Everyone, return to your respective palaces and continue cultivating. The future of the Misty Heavens sect depends on you all. Yuxian did not expose Yi Qinfeng's identity, nor did he give him too many rewards. Let's go, Qinfeng. When we return to the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion, I have something to say to you. Shui Piaomiao led Yi Qinfeng, Xiao Wendy, Yu Lanqin, and the others back to the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion after bidding farewell to Yuxian and the others. Qinfeng, thank you. I really didn't think that your arrival would solve my greatest crisis and allow me to sit in the position of Snow Palace Master. Shui Piaomiao stared at Yi Qinfeng. Thinking of his age, Shui Piaomiao felt as if she were in a dream. Pavilion Master is too polite. You and I both come from the Soul Battle Continent, and you have taken care of me. I should repay you. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and said in a neither arrogant nor humble manner, Qinfeng, are you really from the Soul Battle Continent? Shui Piaomiao suddenly asked as she thought of Yuxian's guess about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Pavilion Master, what do you mean by that? Yi Qinfeng's heart stirred as he vaguely grasped some information. Nothing. I'm just curious about your identity. Shui Piaomiao shook her head and didn't think too deeply about it. Qinfeng, your strength has already surpassed mine. From now on, I won't restrict you. But if there comes a day when my Misty Heaven sect is in trouble, I ask that you help us. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. Although I haven't been in the Misty Heaven sect for long, this is still my first home in the Heaven realm. I naturally won't let anything happen here. Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. All right, go back and rest. If you have any needs, just tell me. If I can't satisfy them, I will ask Patriarch Shui and the Sect Master to help you. Shui Piaomiao said. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and left the Azure Snow Pavilion. He met up with Xiao Wendy, who was waiting outside the pavilion, and returned to the White Cliff courtyard. Little Mosquito, there's something wrong with your eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you've been completely mesmerized by me and want to seduce me again. After returning to the White Cliff courtyard, Yi Chenfeng noticed that there was something wrong with Xia, Wendy's eyes, and joked. Yi Chenfeng, don't tell me you're a monster in disguise. Xia, Wendy did not get angry. Instead, she circled Yi Chenfeng 3 times. Have you ever seen such a handsome monster? Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. Bah, only you can be handsome. I think that toad is not bad. Xia, Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Chenfeng. After saying that, she chuckled. Clearly, she was in a good mood after touching the realm of a 2-star Tao Emperor. As the night grew deeper, the misty heaven sect gradually regained its peace. After stabilizing his cultivation, Yi Chenfeng returned to the universe realm with a thought. Then he summoned Demon Ba out of the ancient bronze coffin. Seals open. After breaking through to the realm of a 5-star Tao Emperor, Yi Chenfeng had the strength to break the seals on Demon Ba's body. He forcefully undid the 2 seals on his body. In the next moment, endless devil qi burst out from Mo Ba's body. This devil qi directly dyed the universe realm space within several miles black, disturbing the Black Rock Emperor, who was refining the life-severing ancestral root with all his strength and breaking through to the 1-star Demon Master Realm, a 1-star Demon Lord. Young Master Yi, this Demon Ba that you subdued has actually reached the 1-star Demon Lord realm. Sensing the terrifying demonic aura from Demon Ba's body, the Black Rock Emperor revealed a shocked expression. Not only was the Black Rock Emperor shocked, even Yi Chenfeng revealed a shocked expression, because according to Yi Wuji, Demon Ba's strongest strength should be at the peak of a 6-star Tao Emperor. However, he didn't expect that after breaking the 3 seals on Demon Ba's body, he would reach the 1-star Tao Lord realm. However, with Demon Ba's existence, there weren't many people in the entire heaven region who could injure him. All right, Demon Ba, continue sleeping. If I need you, I'll call for you. As he spoke, Yi Chenfeng sealed Demon Ba back into the ancient bronze coffin. Black Rock, how much longer do you need to break through to the 1-star Demon Lord realm? Yi Chenfeng asked. The Black Rock Emperor pondered for a moment and said, in this space where the time flow is 10 times faster, about a year. Sigh, Black Rock, your cultivation speed is really slow. I'm almost catching up to you. Yi Chenfeng sighed lightly and revealed his true strength before the Black Rock Emperor. 5-star Tao Emperor. Young Master Yi, you've broken through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm? Sensing Yi Chenfeng's strength, the Black Rock Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. He was disappointed by Yi Chenfeng's heaven-defying cultivation speed. Yi Chenfeng said, Black Rock, spar with me for a while. I've broken through too quickly and still need to temper myself. All right. The Black Rock Emperor nodded and started to spar with Yi Chenfeng in the universe realm. Although the Black Rock Emperor's cultivation realm is higher than Yi Chenfeng's, Yi Chenfeng has cultivated the arcane body realm to the Great Circle. His physical body is comparable to a top-grade saint artifact. In addition, he has broken through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. His physical body's strength has reached an astonishing 5 billion gene. With the amplification of the 5 elements heavenly Tao diagram, Yi Chenfeng burned his primordial blood to fight with the Black Rock Emperor and did not fall into a disadvantage. The 2 of them fought more and more fiercely. They used all their skills and attacked for about 5 days. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, both of them were exhausted and fell to the ground. Although Yi Chenfeng did not defeat the Black Rock Emperor, his astonishing battle strength and endurance convinced the Black Rock Emperor. After resting for a while, the Black Rock Emperor, who was deeply affected, once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time he vowed to break through to the 1-star Demon Lord realm as soon as possible. P.S. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Also, Yi Chenfeng's picture on Sunday. Don't miss it. If you want to see it, please add me on WeChat. Y1TY83. Chapter 1601. Time passed day by day. English. Web. A year had passed since the Sky Pagoda trial. Yi Qinfeng had been traveling around the Misty Mountain with the guest elder token, using the God-Eater brain to deduce the location of the mystic realm. However, the Misty Mountain was too big, and there were many restrictions in the mountain. Yi Qinfeng was afraid of exposing his secret, so he did not dare to search a large area. He could only search slowly. Finally, his efforts paid off. After searching for more than a year, he found something strange in the valley at the bottom of the Preaching Cliff. The space here is a little unstable. After the God-Eater brain's deduction, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. He looked at the dark valley in the distance that was covered by restrictions and decided to sneak in to take a look. Yi Qinfeng, why are you here? When Yi Qinfeng approached the dark valley, the restrictions around the dark valley fluctuated, and a tall woman wearing a black martial arts suit with a graceful figure walked out of the restrictions. When she saw Yi Qinfeng, she was obviously stunned. What a coincidence, Senior Sister Shui. I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Qinfeng was startled. He didn't think that he would run into the frosty yet beautiful Shui Yixian here. In order to catch up with you, I have been cultivating in the black hole of death for more than a year. Recently, I have comprehended something, so I want to go back and cultivate for a while to try to break through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. Shui Yishuan said softly with a hint of warmth in her voice. Black hole of death. Yi Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Senior Sister Shui, can I enter the black hole of death to train for a few days? If others have to pay a large amount of contribution points, but you have the guest elder token given by the sect leader, so you should be able to enter directly. Shui Yishuan said, Let's go, I will take you to meet the true elder. When the time comes, you only need to show the true elder the token, and you can enter the black hole of death to cultivate. After saying that, Shui Yishuan made several complicated hand seals, opened the restrictions, and led Yi Qinfeng inside. Senior Sister, what is in this black hole of death? How did it form? Yi Qinfeng asked. I don't know how the black hole of death is formed, but the black hole of death is filled with a large number of dead spirits. When you cultivate inside, not only do you have to resist the corrosion of the death chi, you also have to kill the dead spirits. The death chi will force out your potential bit by bit. This is the benefit of cultivating inside the black hole of death, Shui Yixian said without hiding anything. Then, Senior Sister Shui, have you ever reached the end of the black hole of death? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. This time, I reached the end of the black hole of death, but I was forced back by several extremely powerful restrictive sword shadows. Shui Yixian continued. Forbidden sword shadow. Shui Yishuan's words further confirmed Yi Qinfeng's guess that the ancient mystery of the Misty Heaven sect was most likely hidden at the end of the black hole of death. While talking, Shui Yixian led Yi Qinfeng to the black hole of death, which was sealed with several layers of restrictive spells. They saw an old man who had been guarding the black hole of death for countless years. His hair was white, his face was full of wrinkles, and there was not a trace of Tao energy fluctuation on his body. True elder, junior brother, you wants to enter the black hole of death to cultivate. Shui Yixian bowed deeply to the old man in a very respectful manner. Junior brother Yi Qinfeng? The old man in gray clothes looked at Yi Qinfeng with his cloudy eyes. That's me. Yi Qinfeng cupped his fists and said, I heard that you are the #1 genius of the Misty Heaven sect. I wonder if you dare to take a palm strike from me? If you can take a palm strike from me, I will allow you to enter the black hole of death to cultivate as you wish. The true elder said, Senior, if you wish, I will do my best to accompany you. Yi Qinfeng said with neither arrogance nor humility. Good, 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 you be careful. The true elder revealed a rare smile. A powerful Tao energy gushed out from his body and directly tore open the clothes on his body. In the next moment, the true elder, who was sitting cross-legged, quickly made several complicated hand seals. They condensed into a powerful giant hand seal that shook the space and shattered the layers of air as it bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Misty Ancient Extreme Sword. Feeling that the true elder's giant hand seal was filled with a terrifying and suffocating power, for offensive Tao diagrams appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. He instantly deduced the 4 Tao diagrams to the extreme and slashed out a sword that seemed to have come from ancient times. It was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It was so close to the true elder's giant hand seal. Boom! The sword and the palm collided, and 2 terrifying Tao energy instantly exploded in the void. 3 breaths later, the misty ancient extreme sword that Yi Qinfeng had used could not withstand the destructive power of the giant hand seal and began to shatter inch by inch. After shattering Yi Qinfeng's misty ancient extreme sword, the fragmented giant hand seal viciously slammed into Yi Qinfeng's body, forcefully pushing him back 3 steps. Impressive. I never thought that you would be able to cultivate the second move of the Misty Sword Codex at your age. Compared to you, I really am old. Although Yi Qinfeng had been pushed back, the true elder was not stingy with his praise. This was because he felt that Yi Qinfeng had not used his full strength in that attack, and the toughness of his physical body had exceeded his expectations. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the roiling blood in his body as he asked softly, "True elder, may I enter now?" "Yes, you can come whenever you want in the future. I allow you to enter unconditionally to cultivate." The true elder nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Yi Qinfeng said gratefully, "Senior sister, I will go in to cultivate." "Do you want me to accompany you in to cultivate?" Shui Yishuan, who was as cold as ice, suddenly revealed a charming expression like a little girl and asked softly, "No need, I want to cultivate by myself." Although Shui Yishuan was very beautiful, enough to make many men willingly kneel before her, the ancient secret was more attractive to Yi Qinfeng. He shook his head and tactfully refused. "Forget it, I won't force you if you don't want to. However, if I want to spar with you in the future, you can't refuse." Shui Yishuan was not angry and said softly, "No problem. Senior sister can come and spar with me at any time in the future." Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng walked into the restriction opened by the true elder and into the black hole of death. Whoosh! After entering the black hole of death, Yi Qinfeng immediately increased his speed to the limit. He ignored the surging death force and the ferocious-looking dead spirit's attacks and rushed towards the end of the black hole of death at an extremely fast speed. As he went deeper, the death force in the black hole of death became stronger and stronger, constantly eroding Yi Qinfeng's body. However, Yi Qinfeng had refined a dead spirit pearl in his body. With the help of the dead spirit pearl, Yi Qinfeng easily dispelled the death force in his body. As for the undead spirits that tried to stop him, they were directly crushed by the power of over 2 billion kilograms exploding from his body. After about half a day, Yi Qinfeng, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, appeared at the end of the black hole of death and found the heavy restriction that Shui Yishuan had mentioned. When he reached out and touched the restriction that sealed the end of the black hole of death, the restriction trembled violently and turned into several extremely powerful restriction sword slashes, slashing towards Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi Qinfeng was no longer the same as before. These extremely powerful restriction sword slashes posed no threat to him. Yi Qinfeng summoned the golden sword spirit and surrounded his body, shattering the restriction sword slashes. God-Eater Brain, break the restriction. When the golden sword spirit broke the restriction, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater Brain to deduce and decipher the various restrictions at the end of the black hole of death. After about a day of hard work, the God-Eater Brain finally deduced the truth of the various restrictions. Yi Qinfeng held the mid-grade True Saint artifact, Heavenly Fault Sacred Sword, and fused with the golden sword spirit. With a fierce thrust, He pierced through several restrictions and arrived at the end of the black hole of death. Chapter 1602. What kind of space is this? After reaching the end of the black hole of death, Yi Chen-feng suddenly found himself in a pitch-black space. He hurriedly controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce and sense the reality of this pitch-black space. 8. 1. Chinese network equals is not equal to, is almost equal to. Is almost equal to 8 is equal to 1 is not equal to z equals greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to calm. What a mysterious space. It actually suppressed the God-Eater brain's deduction. When Yi Chen-feng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce, he found that the God-Eater brain's deduction ability was suppressed by a mysterious force in this pitch-black space. It couldn't deduce the reality of this space for a moment. However, Yi Chen-feng wasn't in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in the pitch-black space and controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce again and again. 2 days quickly passed. Under Yi Chen-feng's persistent deduction, the God-Eater brain captured an extremely weak energy fluctuation in the pitch-black space. It was very difficult to detect it. In the next moment, the golden sword soul flew out of Yi Chen-feng's sea of soul and attacked this energy fluctuation at an extremely fast speed. After being attacked by the golden sword soul, this energy fluctuation trembled for a moment. The God-Eater brain used this energy fluctuation to sense an independent space. As expected, there's a secret in this black hole of death. Yi Chen-feng suddenly opened his eyes and quickly appeared at the energy fluctuation. With a thought, he summoned the transformed Chaos Divine Wood and controlled it to attack this fluctuating space. Boom, boom. The Chaos Divine Wood had devoured a large amount of heavenly soul power and had transformed to an unimaginable level. Under the attacks of the Chaos Divine Wood and the Golden Sword Soul, the cracks in the fluctuating space became bigger and bigger. Yi Chen-feng could clearly sense the aura of the mysterious space. Finally, under Yi Chen-feng's continuous attacks, the extremely tough space wall shattered. Yi Chen-feng's body flashed and entered the mysterious space. Stone doors! What 2 huge stone doors! After entering the mysterious space, Yi Chen-feng immediately took out 2 moonlight stones and used them to illuminate the entire space. He checked his surroundings. Right now, in this mysterious space, there were 2 towering stone doors that were as tall as mountains. They disappeared into the darkness. I don't think I've found the wrong place. The ancient mystery that Father was talking about is behind this stone door. Yi Chen-feng slowly walked in front of the towering stone door. He took a deep breath and stimulated the power of his 5 acupoints, pushing his physical strength to the limit. He then pushed one of the stone doors with all his might, activating the power of his 5 acupuncture points. Yi Chen-feng's physical strength instantly increased to 5 billion jin. However, when he poured it into the stone door, he couldn't move it at all. However, Yi Chen-feng did not give up. He took a deep breath and instantly ignited his primordial bloodline, instantly increasing his strength by 3 times. He also deduced his Tao will to the extreme and pushed the stone door with all his might, wanting to push it open. However, this stone door was too heavy. Yi Chen-feng raised his physical strength to 5 billion jin, but he was still unable to move the stone door an inch. Black Rock Emperor, Demon Ba, the 2 saint beasts, come out! With a thought, Yi Chen-feng summoned his 4 helpers to help him push open the 2 terrifying stone doors. The Demon Ba was a 1-star demon lord, and the Black Rock Emperor was only a hair's breadth away from becoming a 1-star demon lord. In addition to the Chaos God Beast and the Golden Clear Dragon Bloodlion, they could even move a towering divine mountain. However, even with their combined strength, they were still unable to move these 2 stone doors. After bitterly trying several times, Yi Chen-feng could only give up. Young Master Yi, I believe that these stone doors cannot be pushed open with brute force. There must be some other mystery behind them. The Black Rock Emperor carefully observed the two stone doors for a while and found a palm-sized groove next to the stone doors. It seems that if I want to enter here, I must find the key to open these two stone doors. Yi Qinfeng gently stroked the groove beside the stone door, memorizing the shape of the groove. Then he summoned the Black Rock Emperor, Demonic Ba, and the two holy beasts back into the universe realm. He left this mysterious space and prepared to go to the treasure pavilion to try his luck. "You're out so soon." Seeing Yi Qinfeng leave after only a few days of training in the black hole of death, Elder Zhen revealed a trace of doubt. "I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a few days. I'll disturb Elder Zhen another day." Yi Qinfeng casually made up an excuse. "All right, Elder, I said that the black hole of death is open to you unconditionally. You can come whenever you want." Elder Zhen nodded and said. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhen, Yi Qinfeng summoned a red-crowned crane and rode it directly to the treasure pavilion of the Ethereal Heaven sect to look for the key to open the secret realm. However, he used his identity to search the entire treasure pavilion of the Ethereal Heaven sect, but to no avail. Where should I go to find the key to open the secret realm? The secret realm was too far away from the present. Wanting to find the key to open the secret realm was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, the temptation of the ancient mystery was too great. Yi Qinfeng could not give up. Yi Qinfeng! Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to leave the treasure pavilion regretfully, he heard a pleasant-sounding female voice in his ear. She was wearing a colorful long dress. Her skin was as smooth as milk, and her delicate face revealed a hint of playfulness. Yu Jianfeng, who had a tall and straight figure and exuded a strong sword intent, walked over slowly like a divine general. "Senior brother Yu, senior sister Hua." Yi Qinfeng looked at the two peerless geniuses of the Ethereal Heaven sect and smiled. "Yi Qinfeng, senior brother Yu and I would like to compete with you. I wonder if you'll accept?" She blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Yi Qinfeng's handsome face. "Sure, but regardless of the outcome, can the two of you help me find something?" Thinking of the two's identity, Yi Qinfeng came up with a plan. If they were willing to help, the chances of him finding the key to open the secret realm from the Ethereal Heaven sect would be greatly increased. "What are you looking for?" Yu Jianfeng said with a hint of sharpness in his voice. "An antique I saw in an ancient book. I'm more interested in it." Yi Qinfeng said, "Sure, you fight with us, and I'll help you find the antique." Yu Jianfeng wanted to compete with Yi Qinfeng to see who was the real #1 genius of the Ethereal Heaven sect. As for the antique mentioned by Yi Qinfeng, he was also interested and wanted to find it for himself to study. "Let's go to the battle arena." Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time and immediately went to the battle arena with Yu Jianfeng and Hua Shi, ready to compete. The news about the battle between the three of them spread like wildfire across the entire Misty Heaven sect. Many disciples of the Misty Heaven sect rushed to the battle arena, wanting to see the battle between the top 3 geniuses of the Misty Heaven sect. "Who wants to challenge me first?" Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and appeared on the battle arena like a bolt of lightning, exuding a domineering aura. "Senior brother Yu, let this little sister go first." She's beautiful big eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit as she said eagerly, "Okay." Yu Jianfeng nodded. "Thank you, senior brother Yu." A faint smile appeared on Hua Shi's pretty face. With a light tap of her toes, she landed lightly on the arena like a blooming rose. Although Hua Shi was delicate and charming, no one in the Ethereal Heaven sect dared to look down on her. Her talent was also known as the #1 in the Ethereal Heaven sect. However, Yi Qinfeng's face didn't show any emotion. "Junior brother Yi, be careful." Hua Shi suddenly bloomed a smile that was more beautiful than a flower. A strange power spread out from her body and blasted into Yi Qinfeng's Sea of Soul. A large number of strange illusions appeared in his Sea of Soul confusing his mind. Chapter 1603. Whoosh! Hua! She took Yi Qinfeng by surprise. When she used the power of illusion to confuse his mind, her body moved at the same time. She held a dragon head spear that was longer than her body and made of special materials and stabbed at Yi Qinfeng's chest. 8. 1. Chinese. 8. 1 1Z. 1 1 C1 0 1. Amazed, the spear stabbed. Layers of air were directly pierced. The terrifying spear light was invincible and blended with terrifying Dao will. It could even pierce through mountains. Seeing that Hua Xi's spear was about to pierce Yi Qinfeng's throat, Yi Qinfeng, whose eyes flickered with the illusory Xian-level Dao diagram, stretched out a finger. More than 5 billion power burst and poured into his finger as he pointed at the tip of the dragon head spear. Buzz! An ear-piercing, buzzing sound was heard. Yi Qinfeng blocked Hua Xi's spear with a finger. The terrifying power passed through the spear and shattered layers of Dao will and poured into Hua Xi's arm, causing her arm to feel severe numbness. What great strength! Hua Xi's expression changed slightly. She did not expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so horrifying. He was able to neutralize her attack with one finger. She quickly withdrew her spear and leaped into the air. Then, she interweaved spear lights that looked like coiling dragons and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Cosmos Sword Array. Streaks of divine dragon spear light pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. With a thought, a large number of Qinkuan swords flew out of his body. Under the control of his will, they transformed into an extremely powerful Qinkuan sword formation, crushing the streaks of divine dragon spear light. Sky-piercing spear. The interweaving divine dragon spear lights were constantly being crushed. Hua Xi instantly merged with the dragon head spear and turned into an incomparably huge divine spear that seemed to be able to pierce through space. It blended with 2 Xian-level Dao diagrams and ruthlessly stabbed at the Cosmos Sword Array in front of Yi Qinfeng. The power of this spear was extremely shocking and almost reached the peak of Hua Xi's attack. However, the Cosmos Ring had merged with more than 100 supreme sacred swords, and its power was greatly enhanced. Hua Xi's sky-piercing spear couldn't pierce the Cosmos Sword Array at all. Heaven and Earth Star Seal. When the two attacks clashed fiercely in midair, Yi Qinfeng's hands twisted quickly. Rolling golden Dao power surged between his palms, turning into a giant handprint that seemed to contain the stars of heaven and earth. With the power to destroy everything, it blasted toward the heavenly spear that Hua Xi had transformed into. Boom! The heaven and earth star seal shattered, and so did the gigantic heaven-raising spear shadow. The terrifying explosive force slammed into Hua Xi's body and sent her flying. She almost fell out of the arena and lost the match. So strong. This Yi Qinfeng is really strong. Senior sister Hua's sky-raising spear couldn't do anything to him. Nonsense, this Yi Qinfeng is the one who broke our ancestors' record. How can he not be strong? I wonder if Senior Brother Yu can defeat him? I don't think so. Although Senior Brother Yu is strong, he is only a little stronger than Senior Sister Hua. And this Yi Qinfeng is facing Senior Sister Hua with ease. He didn't use his full strength at all. I think Senior Brother Yu is no match for him. Watching Yi Qinfeng break Hua Xi's attack with a single handprint and push her back, the ethereal heavens sect disciples below the arena whispered to each other. However, Yu Jianfeng turned a deaf ear to the crowd's discussion. This kind of discussion had no effect on him, who had a firm heart of martial arts. Yi Qinfeng, can you show me your true strength? The proud Hua Xi slammed her dragon head spear on the ground and said angrily, Well, then, Senior Sister Hua, take my punch. As he spoke, the 5 elements heaven-level Dao diagram appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body and hovered above his head. Heaven-level Dao diagram. that Yi Chen Feng actually cultivated the Tao intent to such an extent. Looking at the 5 elements heaven-level Tao diagram condensed by Yi Chen Feng, everyone present revealed a look of horror. Even Yu Jianfeng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. In the next moment, Yi Chen Feng fused his physical strength with the 5 elements heaven-level Tao diagram and executed the true spirit dragon fighting fist at Hua Shi. With a punch, the space in front of him immediately rioted. The terrifying power shattered the layers of air, carrying a suffocating power as it blasted towards Hua Shi. Break. Facing Yi Chen Feng's true spirit dragon fighting fist, Hua, she burned her powerful bloodline power and raised her strength to the limit. She forcefully thrust her dragon head spear forward. Boom! When the dragon head spear pierced Yi Chen Feng's true spirit dragon fighting fist, a force that was beyond Hua Shi's imagination exploded. The rolling force was like a tide that broke through a dam, bombarding Hua Shi's body, directly shattering her body's defense and sending her flying hundreds of meters away. She fell off the stage and lost the match. Strong, this Yi Chen Feng's strength is too strong. Senior sister, Hua actually couldn't withstand his punch. Yi Chen Feng, you really didn't disappoint me. Yu Jianfeng's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. His body flashed and appeared on the stage like a divine sword. A terrifying sword aura soared into the sky and locked onto Yi Chen Feng. I have never disappointed anyone, Yi Chen Feng said with an indifferent expression. All right. Yu Jianfeng took a deep breath. A large number of sword cries reverberated from his body. A terrifying sword aura pervaded the surroundings, causing the sacred swords in the bodies of all the disciples below the stage to hum. It was as though Yu Jianfeng was the emperor of the sword Tao and could make all the swords worship him. 5-star Tao Emperor, senior brother Yu, has broken through to the 5-star Tao Emperor realm. Sensing the aura emitted by Yu Jianfeng, the disciples on the stage immediately confirmed that Yu Jianfeng's realm was on par with Yi Chen Feng and was also a 5-star Tao Emperor. Ka. When Yu Jianfeng mobilized his powerful sword aura, Yi Chen Feng suddenly took rhythmic steps and walked towards him step by step. With every step Yi Chen Feng took, the aura in his body doubled. The increasingly powerful aura faintly suppressed Yu Jianfeng's sword aura. Slash! Yu Jianfeng's body moved. With a flash, he transformed into a sword and slashed out. The terrifying sword light transformed into the shape of a half-moon. Like a beam of light, it slashed towards Yi Chen Feng's head. Boom! When Yu Jianfeng slashed out a sword light, Yi Chen Feng immediately blasted out a punch. The terrifying fist light smashed onto the half-moon sword light and used the most brutal method to shatter it. Boundless thunder wind sword. When Yi Chen Feng broke the attack with a punch, a mid-grade true spirit artifact, grade longsword, appeared in Yu Jianfeng's hand. It carried a terrifying wind and thunder aura as it attacked Yi Chen Feng. When the sword slashed out, wind and thunder moved together. The terrifying sword aura swept through the endless void and directly enveloped Yi Chen Feng. True spirit fighting dragon fist. Facing Yu Jianfeng's killer move, Yi Chen Feng quickly deduced the 5 elements heaven Tao diagram and blasted out terrifying fist light that was enough to kill a true dragon. It constantly shattered Yu Jianfeng's boundless thunder wind sword and broke his killer move. Yi Chen Feng, do you think that I'm not worthy for you to execute the misty sword cannon? Although Yi Chen Feng's attack was ferocious, Yu Jianfeng knew that Yi Chen Feng's real killer move was the supreme grade, true spirit saint art, the misty sword cannon. He said with some annoyance, "All right, senior brother Yu, be careful." With a thought, Yi Chen Feng's sacred eclipse sword appeared in his hand. Immediately after, the 3 profound Tao diagrams appeared and merged with the 5 elements heaven Tao diagram, turning into a sea of Tao intent. Misty true sword. When Yi Qinfeng deduced the power of Tao intent to the extreme, he instantly mobilized the terrifying power of Tao intent and fused it into the sacred eclipse sword, slashing out with an invincible sword. When the sword slashed out, the terrifying sword light seemed to stir up the misty great Tao. The terrifying power directly left a deep sword mark in the tough space and slashed towards Yu Jianfeng, who had executed his strongest killer move and received it with all his strength. Boom! The two killer moves collided and shattered at the same time, turning into endless sword shadows that shone in the void. Although Yi Qinfeng did not borrow the power of the golden sword soul when he executed the misty true sword, it was still not something that Yu Jianfeng could resist. In the blink of an eye, the remaining power of the misty true sword bombarded Yu Jianfeng's body, directly blasting him off the stage and losing the final match.